Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further, and if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground, he can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. It's a big day today as the Union Budget 2026 will be presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. She will be presenting her budget for the 9th consecutive time. It's a big day today and we will be focusing on all the developments coming in. Arnab will be joining us live on the studios this morning at 8 a.m. and we'll be decoding every bit of the budget. Let's get to you all the updates coming in, but first, the headlines. Budget 2026 to focus on expansionary capex policy and maintaining fiscal prudence. Watch a detailed financial analysis of Budget 2026 at 8 a.m. with Republic Network's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. Watch finance experts share their expert opinion on the budget's potential. First time in the history of Budget Part B to be discussed in greater depth by Finance Minister. Is tax relief on the cards? All eyes on revised income tax slabs. Watch live translation of Finance Minister's speech for the first time ever on Republic TV. And the viewers, thank you for joining us. The first photo op of budget this year will be from Kartavya Bhavan and not the North Block. This marks a significant historic shift as it is for the first time that the photo op took place at the new Common Central Secretariat building instead of the traditional North Block. The move follows the Finance Ministry's official relocation to the modern complex in September 2025. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present her record 9th consecutive budget. Right, viewers, this year's the Union budget is set to mark a clear departure from tradition. Sources say that Part B of the budget speech will take the centre stage, unlike earlier years where most announcements were packed into Part A. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to use Part B to outline both short-term priorities as well as the long-term economic goals, reflecting India's growth vision as it enters the second quarter of the century. The shift is likely to draw close attention from economists and policy experts in India and globally as well. Take a closer look on all the details coming in.
For the first time in decades, the Union budget speech is expected to reverse its traditional structure. Part B of the budget speech will no longer be a brief add-on, but the core of the presentation. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to outline short-term policy priorities while simultaneously mapping out the long-term economic goals. Part B will reflect India's economic vision and policy direction as the country moves deeper into the 21st century. Part B is expected to highlight India's local strengths, global positioning and future potential, showcasing how domestic capabilities can compete internationally. Economists and policy experts both in India and abroad are expected to closely track Part B of the Budget 2026. According to sources, this marks one of the most vision-driven budget speeches in the last 75 years.
All right, welcome friends as we begin this rolling broadcast of Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget. It comes at a time where Indian economy is going through a Goldilocks moment, as they say. The macros look fantastic. Look at the GDP growth, look at the inflation numbers, look at forex reserves, fiscal deficit. Everything seems to be exactly what a finance minister would want going into the budget making exercise. And that's what Nirmala Sitharaman has for her historic 9th budget. 9th consecutive budget for a finance minister is a record, and she would be transitioning from a bit of history to from tradition to modernity, which is that she would be moving from the North Block to the Kartavya Path in terms of the photo op of the budget that happens. The finance ministry has already moved to the North Block, but for the first time we would see the finance minister carrying that red budget pouch and from the Kartavya Path, Kartavya Block, Kartavya Bhavan as it is called, and the world is grappling. This comes at a time when the world is grappling with the Trump tariff storm, and this comes at a time when the world is grappling with the geopolitical headwinds. And so is it going to be a geopolitical statement from India through its union budget is something that's been in the minds of those who observe the Raisina Hill closely in the backdrop of the economic survey, which talked about India's geostrategic leap of faith. Let's look at how it looks like as we get into the build-up to Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister's 9th budget. All right, let's cut to the package on how the world is grappling with severe global headwinds amid a tariff war unleashed by US President Donald Trump. India has been hit the hardest, of course, facing a sweeping 50% tariffs across multiple sectors. What impact has it had on our exports, and how India is responding to Washington DC's strong arm tactics? Is budget going to respond to Trump's tariff tantrums? Let's have a look.
India's exports surged nearly 20% year-on-year in November 2025, marking the highest growth in 3 years and reflecting the strength of its economic framework. Despite the 50% tariff shock, GDP growth stood at 8.2% in the July-September quarter, driven primarily by manufacturing and services. The government is considering GST rate cuts to bolster the domestic demand, while multiple trade channels have been activated to offset the tariff impact. Being hailed as the mother of all deals, the India-EU Free Trade Agreement is set to reshape global commerce, with nearly 1/3 of global trade flowing through the historic pact.
And let me start with trade. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people. And this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies. Two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion.
The dynamics of the Indian economy are changing rapidly, yet quietly, delivering a counter-punch to Trump's tariff tyranny. As global uncertainty continues unabated, India is recalibrating power balances through firm diplomacy and strategic foresight.
All right, the famous red briefcase returns to Parliament, but for India's 110 million cardholders, the math is already changing. In fact, let's look at first the government capex spending, which was pegged at 11.21 lakh crore rupees. In fact, the actual capex has exceeded that and is pegged at about 15 lakh crore rupees. And it keeps increasing every year. What this means is that the heavy lifting when it comes to capital expenditure in the economy still continues to come from the government of India. The private sector is still a little cautious. Would the private capital crowd in with the kind of capital expenditure that the government has done? Nirmala Sitharaman has backed it up with numbers. And have they yielded result is something everyone would be watching at. Also, the electric vehicle math, does it add up? And is there going to be a special push on that front also is something which everyone would be watching for. Let's just go straight to the package and then we go to the graphics later. All right. Let's look at, for example, what's going to happen on the issue of credit cards with the finance minister having given a GST bonanza, having given the kind of tax slabs that happened in the last budget. Is she going to now push further and give another consumption push to the economy with the credit card math? Let's have a look at it.
Every budget raises expectations. This one is no different. Imagine a tax break just for swiping your card. It is likely that credit card usage might get you a new digital discount. As for customers, so for the merchants. Like the government's Udyam card for small businesses might get rewired for the merchant tax discount. Having achieved 10 lakh cards last year, the target might get revised to 30 lakhs this year with an increased limit of rupees 5 lakhs, pushing enterprises even further. Traveling abroad, the budget might simplify the TCS tax, making your own Indian card the best way to pay in London or Dubai. While last year's budget slashed digital subsidy by 78%, this year could see a correction budget, bringing those savings back to your wallet. Will your wallet feel the relief after the 2026 budget? Only time will tell.
All right, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is going to present the budget for a record 9 time, and over these years she has used the budget floor to respond to corruption claims, defend the government's performance on the middle class and promote reforms like as the new budget cycle. These instances have transformed normal budget discussions into viral political flashpoints. Let's take you through the most watched moments from earlier budgets.
अरे करप्शन के ऊपर आप डेटॉल से मुंह साफ कर दो भैया कांग्रेस वाले.
When it is one thing for them, it's all right. When the same thing happens somewhere else, no, it's not all right. You've deceived. 17 states were not named in 2004-5. 18 states were not named in 2005-6. I speak on behalf of all our women. We've all been empowered by our party, by our Prime Minister. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu ji is an empowered woman.
We saw them shedding crocodile tears about Manipur for everything.
I'm astonished to hear a member of this house call other members of this house dhokebaz.
In a parliament often drowned in noise, one voice cuts through, sharp, sarcastic, and unapologetic. From corruption jibes to middle-class wars, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speeches have delivered more than numbers. They've delivered fire.
अरे करप्शन के ऊपर आप डेटॉल से मुंह साफ कर दो भैया कांग्रेस वाले। करप्शन के ऊपर आप बात कर रहे हो।
On claims that the budget favored some states and ignored others, Sitharaman flipped the charge back on Congress, calls budget discrimination charge outrageous.
I'm picking up on the budget speeches since 2004-5, 5-6, 6-7, 2007-8, and so on, sir. 2004-5 budget did not take the name of 17 states. I like to ask the UPA government members at that time, did money not go to those 17 states? Did they stop it? Then if they stopped it, they have every business to ask this question. I presume they didn't stop money going to those 17 states because they didn't name it. So when it is one thing for them, it's all right. When the same thing happens somewhere else, no, it's not all right, you've deceived. 17 states were not named in 2004-5. 18 states were not named in 2005-6. 13 states were not named in 2006-7. 16 states were not named in 2007-8. Money didn't go to them. Sir, you can't have it both the ways. You do one thing and then you blame the same thing on somebody else. What happens to the states which were not named? Time, no middle class worry. No middle class worry. The narrative which is now being said, oh, the middle class, you put them to difficulty, you've not done anything, they are angry with you. Certainly, sir, I want the parties who are talking about middle class now to understand this country had 98% taxation in one of the earlier regimes, the ancient regimes, which also cared nothing for the fundamental rights of the citizens. The regime which brought in emergency, 98% tax. At that time, no middle class worry. No middle class worry.
I want to say a word about the opposition leaders, opposition parties. So throughout 24, we saw them shedding crocodile tears about Manipur for everything. Did the Prime Minister visit? Did the Home Minister visit? Did the law and order come to normalcy? Every time about Manipur, they will raise issues, they will voice their grievance, total crocodile tears. I've seen it even earlier once when we brought in a bill for Manipur's budget. Because again, it was under the president's rule and the governor was doing it, we had to present a budget for Manipur. Even at that time, they did not participate in the debate. Even at that time, they did not think of Manipur people's welfare, that money should go to them through the budget being passed. They didn't think about it.
There are just one important issue on the not so glamorous side of reform. Because most of us look at a glamorous side. There are some work which have been done, which has resulted in good amount being saved. Otherwise, pilferages happened. And because of pilferages, the government was short of revenue. Now that we save it, we are able to do more projects for the poor. So we introduced, I did say that the expenditure reforms committee was formed, and as a result, the budget cycle also was changed. State governments, because we presented budget at the end of February, state governments which used to present their budget in the month of February would not have the details of the centre's budget details, and as a result, they were presenting budgets on the, because we were presenting our budget in the end of February, they were just presenting something and trying to readjust. That got corrected because budgets were being presented on 1st February. States now are able to get an idea of what is coming to them and plan for themselves.
Love her or loathe her, Nirmala Sitharaman has redefined the budget speech. Less about quiet spreadsheets, more about political combat. And in a parliament built on interruptions, she has mastered the art of the counterpunch.
All right, we are first building up to getting Arnab Goswami, our editor-in-chief, in the studio at 8 a.m. And in the meanwhile, Pranav Kulkarni joins me, my colleague, business editor, in the studio with me, as also Shubhranshu Singh, business leader and global board member of Alliance Foundation. And, Pranav, is it our Goldilocks moment to be unleashing second wave of reforms? Is it going to be a tariff war budget? Is it going to be about Operation Sindoor 2.0? I mean, what are we really looking at as the finance minister arrives at Kartavya Bhavan first and then, of course, the Sansad Bhavan for presenting her budget?
Well, Abhishek, actually, it won't be inappropriate to call it the Goldilocks moment because one, the economic survey that we just saw about 2 days ago already said that the tariffs have not affected Indian economy as much as they have the other parts of the world. The fundamentals are perfect. The macros are very much in place. So we really need to see whether Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman uses, or the Modi government today uses this opportunity to set a new wave of reforms, whether they continue with their capex, whether they actually, the defense budget that has been going on, and now, as you rightly said, with Operation Sindoor becoming a permanent feature, is there anything going to be allocated towards that? We need to see. So these are definitely some of the opportunities for the government to increase expenditure, increase liquidity, boost consumptions, and see how the next wave of reforms unfolds as we approach 2030 and 2047, which is the Viksit Bharat dream that they've set. So
yeah, we'll come to that. In fact, Shubhranshu Singh, let's have your opening comments. Are we looking at India using the budget this year to make a geopolitical statement? Because remember, the economic survey that Pranav was mentioning also says that India is not punching as per its weight when it comes to geostrategy. Maybe there was that signaling that maybe the budget is going to take the baton from there and make a geopolitical statement this time.
Well, I think it is inevitable that this budget will be looked at with a bigger lens than the annual statement that it is expected to be for the year ahead. I think the context is very inherently riven with geopolitical tensions. We have broken supply chains. The era of globalization is now rapidly fragmenting. And so therefore the finance minister, who by the way for the record 9th time is presenting her budget, with her experience is expected to set not only in play what we are going to do in the year ahead, how it will impact households, our economy, our growth, but also set the agenda directionally for indeed the next 5 years or perhaps even the decade. Let me bring to you one or two important things which are driven purely by the geopolitical context. One is the arrival of capital. I think earlier the capital policy for investors was driven largely by finance and economic underlying truths. Today it has become political. And so therefore the arrival of capital, which we are hungry for, which is a necessary fuel for the growth of our economy, is a critical piece. The second is the quality, depth and distribution of growth. I think we are going to look at means for real income growth, for employment growth, for upskilling of the economy, so as to be able to position ourselves in the world, as you said, to punch not only per our weight, but above our weight, There is no denying that India is in the top 5 in terms of an economy. We have had moderate to low inflation. But this is the time now to stand on our own 2 feet and yet play the global geopolitical strategy well.
You mentioned about the fact that arrival of capital. I thought that's a bit of a headwind there for the finance minister to deal with, because what we have seen is actually departure of capital by way of FII pulling out. So I was looking at some numbers and about $4 billion already in the month of January. And that contrasts with about $10 billion over the entire 2025. So there is a bit of context in which I think you mentioned that capital is an issue. The government has been doing most of the heavy lifting for the last few years. The private capital has not got crowded in. You think that that's going to be an area of focus in the broad sweep that you're talking about of a decade and Viksit Bharat, etc., because that's the key issue. Capital comes first, and then comes growth, and then comes distribution of growth, as you were talking about.
You said it, and I think it conflicts with the headline growth that we are pitching at 8% last year and estimated 7.5% this year. If that were the growth, it should definitely reflect in greater private investment from abroad, and that is not the case. In fact, if you see, private capital formation has been rather poor, and government, as you correctly said, has done most of the lifting, and it has indeed prudently put that behind infrastructure and other areas. But really, foreign direct investment at 0.1% to GDP is rather low. And also in the last few years, money has actually flown into stock markets across the developing economies. India is actually a jarring exception, where last year $19 billion of money was taken away. Some of it is profit booking by institutional investors, and that is to be expected. But
and some of it could be because of the uncertainty induced by Trump tariffs.
Certainly, and also our geopolitical tensions, our neighborhood risks. There is a number of factors that have come into play. That said, gross flows, I mean, I'm not bothered about the profit booking and repatriation that happens. Gross flows should increase over a period in time. So these are important things. Generally speaking, India has been historically, I'm saying ever since economic liberalization, been oscillating between 2 states. One is an era of high growth with runaway inflation, and hence it concerns the RBI, and there is monetary stabilization that comes into play. And then the other is moderate to low growth, where there is otherwise distress in the economy, not enough jobs and so on. So this time we have to play in the middle of that spectral band and play it well.
Also this comes at a moment which is an important landmark for us. It's quarter of a century of reforms, and this comes at a time when, for the first time perhaps in 75-year history, we are seeing a budget being presented on a Sunday. And this is, we get to hear, Pranav, that the finance minister is going to delve in quite some detail and not just focus on, tax tinkering here and there when it comes to the part B of the budget, but she's going to, in fact, delve or put a strong emphasis on, both short-term and long-term goals for the economy, as you were mentioning, looking at Viksit Bharat.
Absolutely.
We are going to have a conversation on this. I think we have to just take a quick short break, and coming up, our conversation as we build up to the budget, the 9th budget, and of course, Arnab Goswami joining us very soon.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So will Donald Trump still go in? He is building up forces. He is now tried to create a second off-ramp. This is an air exercise. Let Iran talk about the nuclear option. I mean, all talk of the regime overthrow, change of regime.
All right, welcome back, friends. As Pranav continues to be with me in the studio, as also Shubhranshu Singh, as we build up to getting Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami first into the studio, and then, of course, Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget from Parliament at 11 a.m. In between, you're going to have minute-to-minute coverage of the events, what happens as the Finance Minister comes out of her residence, goes to the office at Kartavya Bhavan. In fact, we can begin with playing those pictures. The spot from where, this is exactly the spot where you are going to see the Finance Minister hold that budget with her team. And earlier it used to be from the North Block. So this is the first time, a break from tradition, moving into modernity with the new Finance Ministry building. And that's where it's going to happen, these pictures accessed exclusively for you viewers. And from here, the Finance Minister, as the tradition is, goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan. She presents the budget, a copy of the budget, to the President of India. And we have seen those pictures earlier, Pranav, of the Finance Minister and the President exchanging pleasantries. And then from there, the Finance Minister comes to Parliament. The budget is handed over to the Cabinet. The Cabinet approves it. And then, of course, she comes to the Lok Sabha and presents the budget on the floor of the House. And we are going to give not just those pictures, we are going to have guests, some very exclusive guests joining us live all through the coverage, beginning 8 a.m., even as Shubhranshu continues to be with me in the studios. These are accomplished individuals who are going to join us at 8 a.m. and unspool for you, friends, how the economy looks like at this moment when the Finance Minister is going to be presenting the budget, what we can expect from the budget. And Shubhranshu, the whole thing of geopolitics the geopolitical background or backdrop in which this exercise is happening. The fact that economic survey mentioned wee bit of how India has to tackle these headwinds and make a statement. The fact that we got a breaking last evening of how the part B of the budget, the finance minister going to use to give a broad picture and a long-term plan of how to take Indian economy from where it stands to possibly not just in top 3, but even further. Definitely top 3, but more importantly, what are the development goals for the society? You know, the economics is not just about numbers. It's about people ultimately. And budget making is a political exercise ultimately in terms of allocation, and that shows society's priorities. So, I mean, if you look at a couple of points, you know, whether it's going to be a GST 3.0 reform, whether it's going to be Operation Sindoor 2.0 budget, whether it's going to be about the FTAs and geopolitics, whether it's going to be about tariffs and trade wars, your comment.
Well, structurally, I think the government has been on that path for a while. All through Modi 3.0, I think the pace of reforms has picked up, not the least of which is almost 55% of our trading partners and blocs being locked in with very beneficial trade agreements. So far as post-Sindoor and, you know, the Sindoor lens on it is concerned, certainly I think everybody is expecting defense outlay to increase, and this is a worldwide phenomenon. Countries have to look after their own defense preparedness, and therefore I think that allocation is going to be healthy. But on the more critical piece about how do you get gross domestic happiness?
Yeah.
You know, today's budget is going to be in 3 months' time what families decide to buy. Shall I go in for an air conditioner or buy a small car? Shall I upgrade from my two-wheeler to my three-wheeler? And immediately the levers that the government chooses to pull, the decisions they exercise, have a beneficial effect. We have seen that in the last quarter with the GST changes. Immediately the automotive sector, for example, saw a lift.
But then, Mr. Singh, my question to you is, in fact, the government has already done a lot in terms of boosting liquidity. GST reforms was one of them. The RBI has been doing currency swaps. So liquidity is there. Do you think there is still scope for the government to, induce or put more money in the hands of consumers or customers? What's the scope there? Because the tax reforms that we witnessed last year, it's already pegged at 12.75 lakh of non-taxable income. So is there any further scope for any measures so that more money could be put in the hands of common individual?
Well, as a citizen, as an individual consumer, I would say strength to that idea, right? Because
it's always dil mange more, right?
Absolutely.
It's never enough. It's never enough. But you have to remember, you know, the finance minister will do a balancing act. She has to take care of capex, she has to take care of all these sectors. She has to make sure that the private capital comes in. She has to make sure that there are revenues. I mean, she has to generate revenues also. So if you it's a difficult spot to be in. To be honest, if you raise taxes, one would say, it's not good for the middle classes. If she reduces taxes, then where is the money for capex?
Yes.
So I mean, it's a difficult balancing act ultimately for anyone in that place where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman finds herself in today.
Absolutely, and structurally I think India is by far the most unique economy in the world. We have to appreciate it's a humongous aggregated economy comprised of more than 1 billion people, each having a little. It is very unlike the tax treatments that the levers that Western economies play, which is a large economy of a few people each having a lot. So in our case, every next tier in the pyramid deserves the attention of the state. And consumption growth has been healthy, but has been patchy and irregular. So the 3 to 5% affluent layer has really had a good going over these years, ever since economic liberalization. They are the main beneficiaries of tax exemptions, etc., but not as much the people who are at the middle and then the bottom of the pyramid. The other thing which I think is...
But even after last year reforms?
No, I'm saying that immediately saw buoyancy, right? So that's exactly the point, is immediately more money in the pocket means a propensity to consume, a hope in a better tomorrow, and therefore it then moves the wheels of the economy. But I would like to bring one point sharply into focus, which is corporate risk appetite. You see, if the economy is growing at 8%, then largely corporate revenue growth should be in the same zone. It should be as similar percentage growth to the economy, but that has not been the case. And also the private sector has been investment shy by and large, I would say, and that needs to change for the good of the economy, for the good of the nation. I think it is unfair to expect the government alone to lead capital formation.
Exactly. I always say that, it has to be a national effort.
Absolutely.
While the government chips in, everyone else has to contribute. And so if you look at consumption, I think, as Pranav rightly mentioned, it's not just the government, even the RBI has, perhaps ahead of the curve, continued to reduce rates. People thought that maybe the RBI could have taken a pause, but they did not.
They did not.
And they continued with the rate cuts. And the GST reforms have given a consumption fillip for sure, and the numbers speak for them. And but what further you think, Pranav, can happen, for example, on the GST front? Because remember, while the slabs have been rationalized, there are issues in terms of implementation, in terms of the back end, so to say, to make sure that the GST reform, in terms of the system's backbone, so to say, is in place. Do you think that some of that could be coming in the budget this time?
We were talking to a few experts few industry representatives who said that there is a further scope for simplification of GST rules. That's point number one. Point number two was there's a lot of discussion also happening around the inverted duty structure, wherein actually we are seeing a condition where GST on outputs is actually lesser than the GST on inputs. So there is a scope for tweaking that as well. As someone who's been in the industry, what are those bottlenecks that are keeping the government from further simplifying the GST, Mr. Singh?
No, I think in fact I would strike a complimentary tone and say that the government generally, in terms of tax, the pool revenue management has been exceptionally good. Our GST tax collections are in the zone of about $250 billion, as are direct taxes. I think they've done a very good and sustained movement towards higher tax revenues. And disbursal has also been in priority sectors like infrastructure. I think the immediate issue is, our domestic savings pool is not enough for the kind of next generation drive that needs to happen for priority sectors. And that is why I think there is no shying away from the need to pull in way more foreign capital. We need to import greater and greater amounts of foreign capital. Our tax base, although efficient, is very, very small. It's a thin veneer right at the top. And I don't think that can really swing the game for us as an economy at the macro level. Our diagnosis can be put as a hungry, growing, top 5 economy, but a very moderate and I would say even middle income to poor economy in terms of individual incomes. That's the crux of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And every aspect that's under focus, that's going to be relevant, from the macros to the micros, to the policy side, to the reforms, to allocations, to the geopolitics of it. Everything is going to be discussed all through the day. As I said, a very exhaustive list of guests, accomplished individuals are going to be holding forth along with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. The budget with Arnab is back right after a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June last year of worth of damage, if it has to go for the third missiles, $1 billion a battery, $12 to $14 billion per missile, at a time when the American economy is heading for trouble, can the United States afford this profligate expenditure? I don't think anybody has done any rational thinking in Washington. It's strange that the chiefs of staff are not.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the
friends, our studio guests line up for you. Sushil Kedia from the markets. We have Kishore Subramaniam, financial analyst, and of course Lokesh Jindal, political economist. I want to begin with Sushil Kedia first. Quick opening comments, Mr. Kedia. Tempered expectations. Tempered expectations.
No, I'm having aggressive expectations. Stock market has had a history of being a very poor predictor of how it will behave after the budget. 93% of the time stock markets have been wrong ahead of the budget. And after the budget, they really reverse. Our market is completely crushed right now, except for metals and PSU banks. Every index is almost at a bottom. So I'm expecting, should Ms. Sitharaman in her 9th budget not utter anything outright negative, this market is going to explode up.
And what can that be? The long-term capital gains tax? Something on STT?
There's no room left to squeeze our necks any more on LTT and STT. In fact, if some relief comes in there, the market can explode. That is point one.
Right.
Point two, my only worry going into this budget is that a very convenient forecast for 1.6% inflation has been made.
Yeah.
And with the US tariff,
yeah,
America is going to be a huge exporter of inflation worldwide, and that's where the government's numbers can go missing towards the end of the year.
We'll discuss each aspect that's mentioned in detail. Lokesh, it's not election year, but it's election year. You know, it's election in Tamil Nadu, it's election in Kerala, it's election in Bengal, it's election in Assam, it's election in Puducherry. Lokesh, as political economist, what can the finance minister do for her home state to begin with?
Well, you see, the previous year has been a year of tremendous success. Despite the American tariffs, the government was comfortably able to dodge the after effects of it, was able to rescue the economy, not just rescue the economy, but economy performed wonderfully well. In fact, amongst all the economies across the globe, it was only India which was consistently able to have a higher growth rate despite the tariffs that were introduced in April 2025. Secondly, when I'm talking about the monetary policy, it has responded very well. We have had GST overhaul, a massive cut in indirect taxes. Despite despite that, there hasn't been any impact in the government revenue. So I see a lot of elbow room over here. I see a lot of positive indicators, and with high frequency indicators on the positive side, let me tell you, the budget today is going to be a treat for the growth in the next financial year.
Lokesh, also between last budget and this budget, I can say sarkar badle se nazar aate hain. I think you understood what I mean. But Kishore, your home state is having elections.
Yeah.
You think, I mean, no, budgets are not for states, I understand. And budgets are not for a year. In fact, they sort of set a glide path for the economy. They handhold the economy and are indicative of where the society is heading, where it stands and where it's heading. But still, I mean, how can you not talk about politics when it's an exercise as political as budget making?
So with national elections far away, I don't think so. Political overtones are going to be seen in this budget. Point number one. Point number two, what is very important is that at one area, the government has been caught on the wrong foot, and that's the SGB. The sovereign gold bond, which they promised for 8 years, now that's going to backfire. I don't know how they're going to accommodate that, because understand that the gold has gone up 2x, 3x. So that's a big payout in lieu. And one more important thing is that today, the stock market, I beg to differ from Mr. Sushil Kedia that the stock market is not underperformed under the current context. It's always relative. Consider the fact that 67% of India's export to US is almost blocked and completely choked. Despite that, we have had a market which has given maybe positive single-digit returns, and the depreciation of the rupee vis-a-vis the other global currency, you need to understand that the dollar has appreciated.
But mind you, I mean, our exports to the United States might have choked, but our overall exports have grown, which shows the kind of resilience that the economy has, and hence we are mentioning again and again that this is the Goldilocks moment that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman
The only country and the Prime Minister who could stand up to America and say, we are not going to sign on that dotted line irrespective of your pressure.
And that's why it's going to be a geopolitical budget. We are building up to a short, quick break. Coming up on the other side, Arnab Goswami joins us as we build up to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of
All right, welcome back, friends. India's growth momentum remains strong with full-year real GDP growth expected in the range of 6.8 to 7.2% in 2026-27. This year it was 7.4, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of strength and resilience that Indian economy has shown. And it's in this backdrop that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting her budget. As we wait to get our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami in the studios, as we build up to the budget, Shailesh Haribhakti, chairman of Shailesh Haribhakti and Associates, joins us live. Very good morning, or rather very Sunday good morning to you, Mr. Haribhakti. And, your opening comments on what to expect from Finance Minister's 9th budget.
I expect that she will craft a fantastic path between Atmanirbhar Bharat, strategic interdependence, and a coalition of equals. And what she will deliver is an atmosphere that will engender massive new investment into our economy, both from every source, public, private, international, global, and will change the whole language of the budget to stop being coercive and start becoming collaborative. I think that's the big thing that the FM will attempt today, because we don't need a dramatic budget. We need a budget which will strategically create a new path for Viksit Bharat.
Mr. Haribhakti,
go ahead.
Mr. Haribhakti, I mean, while we are talking about the strategic aspects of the budget, one of the most important and talked about aspects of this budget especially is the joint taxation. Now, as someone who has been an authoritative voice on taxation, I want to understand from you, what kind of implications could joint taxation have? Is that likely to be approved or considered in this budget?
I don't think so at all. I think this budget will be a budget which will create stability, certainty, and absolute clarity in how we should. What it will move towards, perhaps, is a incentive-free tax regime, where all of us simply ascertain what is our true taxable income and pay our 25% tax and be done with it. That's what I believe is going to come through in this budget.
Okay, Mr. Haribhakti, please stay with us as I welcome Mr. Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog, India's G20 Sherpa, and live with us from Delhi. Very good morning to you, sir. And,
good morning.
Mr. Haribhakti, when he made his opening comments, he used the word strategic intent twice. I mean, he used the word strategy twice, and then he said this is going to be a blueprint for Viksit Bharat. Why do you think that so much of geopolitics and geostrategy is being talked about this time as a build-up to the budget?
We are living in very complex times. There's been a lot of geopolitical fragmentation. The period of stability post-World War II has come to an end. You're seeing the breakdown of global supply chains, and you're seeing the emergence of new technologies like AI and quantum. And this is a huge opportunity for India because the world is going through a disruption. And this is a period when countries rise and grow. And to my mind, this budget really should lay down the path for a Viksit Bharat in the coming years. Our objective should be very clear that if India needs to grow at rates of 8 to 9% for the next 22 years, what is the framework that we need? We need free enterprise to grow. India has largely grown on the back of public capital expenditure, which has gone up substantially. We've reached the limits of that now. We've grown on the back of service exports, and we've grown on the back of rise in real estate in recent times. But it's very important that we fire up animal spirits of the private sector. We make the private capex expenditure to go up enormously. And this would require us to really bring in predictability, consistency of policy as far as capital gain tax is concerned, as far as withholding tax is concerned. But in the long run, this budget must lay down the roadmap of how we want to drive manufacturing, how we want to drive a good, sustainable urbanization. Cities must become the drivers of growth in the coming years for India. And to my mind, how do we drive job-creating sectors? We need growth with jobs, job-creating sectors. We've had the implication of American tariffs, and therefore textile, leather and footwear. But more important, I think there's a huge potential of travel and tourism in India, which has not yet been fully tapped. These are sectors which will create jobs in the coming years, which will be very critical. And for the private sector to continue to grow in India, to private capex, and for manufacturing to be a driver of growth, it's not just the ease of doing business, but the cost of doing business. And that, to my mind, is very critical. Therefore, the cost of capital, our SLR, statutory liquidity ratio rates, are amongst the highest in the world. They must come down. And therefore, the cost of capital in the states, it's very important to ensure that we are able to provide land and ensure that these private sector is also able to get electricity at the right rates. These are complex issues, but they are critical in the long run if India has to be a very major driver of manufacturing growth.
Absolutely. And Arnab is here now.
Good morning. Over to you. That's a nice way of introducing me on a morning. You don't say good morning, you don't say anything. Over to you.
Take it over.
Over to the finance minister. Yeah, what will I do? But I'd like to see Amitabh, good morning. It's a bright Sunday morning. Our news team has woken you up. Shailesh and Haribhakti. We have known Shailesh for a long time, you know. He's absolutely amazing, the man of great credibility from Mumbai. Morning, Shailesh. Thank you for joining us. Ajay Bagga is with me, my old friend. Ajay, thank you. You are the most wanted man before a budget. I'm so glad that, you know, all the business channels run behind him from morning. Yeah. And that he's here with us in pre-market. I can tell you all the business channels have their revolvers at us for getting Ajay out. Good morning to all of you. It's a bright Sunday morning. It's the most economically significant day of the year. Nirmala Sitharaman and Narendra Modi have decided to make us all work on a Sunday. I thought that, by the way, I'm curious to know, Amitabh, why couldn't this be on a Monday?
Well, Arnab, I would also say that this is a historical moment in the history of India. First time a budget will be read out on a Sunday.
On a Sunday,
this has never happened before in the history of any nation. And secondly, it's a historic moment because the present finance minister will be reading out a budget for the 8th consecutive period.
Huge.
And one interim budget as well. So you've never had such historic moments before in the Republic of Bharat.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how exacting things have become here. So, Ajay, this is Modi government 3.0, Nirmala's 9th budget. She's now, breaking her own record.
Yeah, she is.
This was her own record, right? Her own record last time.
Oh, the only finance minister to be doing so for 9 consecutive times.
But it's coming at an economically unprecedented time, very complicated time. People are saying, how come our rupee is going down when the dollar is going down? Are we chasing down the dollar? And stuff like that is happening. So I want a broad view today. Ajay, in a minute, if you can tell us, tensions over international trade are growing. No denying that. Rupee is under huge pressure. Momentum of domestic demand is uneven. Let's not try and paint a false rosy picture. Ajay, what do you think? Do we expect anything on this Sunday or just a directional sense to the economy?
We are expecting a lot, Arnab, and good work has happened over the last 11 years, and we expect that continuity. What will change this time around, we are expecting a broad vision in the part B of the budget statement, where a broad vision for the next quarter of this century gets laid out towards Viksit Bharat. What is the challenge right now? Of course, the geostrategic challenge, Mr. Kant, Mr. Haribhakti already mentioned. So there is a lot of policy chaos around the world. We are victims of that, being singled out for 50% punitive tariffs. That has had an impact on the market's sentiments, though the economy has continued to grow. What we will look under the budget statement, Arnab, will be the budget maths. So few key numbers will be very critical. If you look at the nominal GDP for this financial year, which is ending now in March, FY26, the nominal GDP was 10.1 was the projection. We are running nearer to 8.7. So that to that extent, we need to see something which will take the nominal GDP back to double digits. The second will be the government has changed its glide path from only fiscal deficit management to debt management. So how to take down the 84% debt to GDP of states and center together to the FY31 target of 50%. I think we will be looking at that, Arnab. Third will be how much is the government going to be borrowing this year again? Because we spend about 50 lakh crores, we earn about 34 lakh crores. The rest of the 16 lakh crores, we have to go into the market and borrow. The government borrows, and that future generations are tasked with that. So the government has been very courageous in calling out this issue and saying we'll put a stop to it. Fourth, very interestingly, will be the disinvestment target. We have not met the targets for the last 5 years for various compulsions, but the government is sitting on 40 lakh crores worth of public sector companies' stakes, Arnab. So we would be looking at that number very closely. These are some of the fiscal maths that we will be looking at. A rupee number, oil number, these are very critical to make our budget balanced. So what are the assumptions on the rupee? What are the assumptions on the oil number? And anything on the tariff front. So the sectors are not that are weak, that are suffering because of the Trump tariffs.
Different kind of budget, I would say, from what I'm hearing. Like we want a directional sense of what should happen. We at Republic were thinking, Subhranshu, what can we do with our principle of nation first? And I just want to talk a little bit about something we're doing. Kishore, you're an entrepreneur, so you'll understand this. As you know, Sarvam AI is a very, very prominent Indian, Swadeshi, homegrown artificial intelligence startup, great company. It's based in Bengaluru, pioneered by people from IIT Madras, Pratyush Kumar and Vivek Raghavan. This company is looking at creating these it's working very hard in the area of creating a sovereign AI ecosystem in India. And that can only happen when you have these large learning models which support India's diverse linguistic base. This is actually our strength. And so what we've done at Republic is that I'm happy to share this with viewers, and you can share this with others, Lokesh. I have friends, benefactors and like-minded people from IIT Madras. The great Professor Kamakoti, fantastic man. He called me some time back and he said, Arnab, Sarvam's doing great work in linguistic prowess, and why don't you experiment with this? So I said yes, and Pratyush came over, and I met Pratyush and his fantastic team. And Republic Media Network partnered our production teams and editorial teams along with the people who work at Sarvam AI. And the Sarvam AI team was in our office for the last few days. And this time, viewers, I'm delighted to share with you that Nirmala Sitharaman's speech. In fact, I would like Tanvi to also join us and talk a little bit about this. So just make Tanvi sit around somewhere there, make her sit there, because I wanted to explain what we did out there. And maybe get Pratyush on as well. Tanvi Sood and our very own Pranav from our digital team. Tanvi, just take a seat there, don't be too shy, and talk about... Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute, 1 minute. Is that all right? Is she all right? Are you all right? Yeah, okay. Tanvi will sit down there. Thank you. You had a little fall, I was very worried. Tanvi can explain what Sarvam AI did out there for building this entire ecosystem out. And today, Nirmala Sitharaman's speech will be broadcast. It will be broadcast on Bangla. No, it will be broadcast on Kannada and Hindi live in Nirmala Sitharaman's own voice with a latency of just about a couple of minutes. So you will get to hear the entire speech in Kannada and Hindi, delivered in Nirmala Sitharaman's own language and own style, her own intonations, her own colloquialisms which she will use while that happens. So I think it's going to be a first ever Republic Media Network and Sarvam AI partnership. Sarvam is going to give a run for the money for 11 labs.
Yeah?
Sarvam is going to give a run for its money for 11 labs, the world's largest AI model on voices.
Yeah.
And currently Sarvam operates on about 18 vernacular languages.
Yeah. And I get Tanvi can explain this because she's done such an amazing job. That's why surprised I wanted her to be on it. When I saw her walk into the studio, I said, this is your moment. You put this thing together. And I'm so proud, Tanvi, of what you've done. And can you tell us more about what this is all about?
Absolutely. I think it's been a fantastic week of a lot of testing. I think we've tested across Kannada and Hindi over the last 8 to 10 days, I think. Integrating and sort of perfecting. Now, viewers, what we're going to basically bring you is Nirmala Sitharaman's entire speech, real time, live translated in AI in Hindi as well as in Kannada. Usually these things suffer a delay, Arnab, so here there's no latency. It's pretty much real time. We've, I think, cracked it down to, I think, about 2.5 minutes. So there will be like live real-time translation. It's not just by way of slapping a transcript on it or slapping someone else's voice. I think what is really unique in this innovation is that we will have it in Nirmala Sitharaman's voice. So they've actually been able to clone not just translation, but the translation in Nirmala Sitharaman's voice real-time. So I think what does it do? It ensures that the budget speech, which is the most important financial event of the year, we amplify it to our audiences in Kannada and Hindi in the language of their choice. I think Sarvam has done some fantastic work at the back end to integrate with our production and tech teams on digital.
Can you imagine this, what as Tanvi, as you're saying out here, that if Nirmala Sitharaman would be heard in Hindi to the entire masses of India. What this means is that the Modi government's vision, this what we are hearing about part 2 being more descriptive about the long term, this vision will be shared among 40 plus crore viewers of Republic Bharat today in Hindi, and at least I would say how many crore? About 4 to 5 crore viewers potentially.
Yes.
In Kannada.
Yeah.
So this has never been done before.
And the entire digital audience as well, because
and the digital audience.
The digital audience as well. So you have like diasporas, no matter where they're sitting, in the language of their choice, to be able to get that real time and translate it. Otherwise, you're relying on these news reports or rehashes, or you're waiting for a PIB release. Here you have the authenticity of the finance minister speaking to you in your voice. Real time.
Well, we're really happy that this is happening, and I'm sure you're getting all the heebie-jeebies and you're getting a little stressed before the actual speech happens. But trust me, it's going to be fine. Sarvam has been fantastic. Pratyush has been fantastic. The coders behind this have been fantastic. Best of luck to you, your big day today on this debut, and best of luck to Sarvam AI. Thank you, Tanvi, for explaining this for all our viewers. This is so nice. So isn't this amazing, Subhranshu?
It's absolutely amazing, Arnab, not only as an initiative, but if I may say, this is an inherent structural fragility of the way AI, large language models have developed in the West. They train on the English internet, which is open. China's internet, which is a walled garden, is the only comparable data set. But India has the benefit of both, a multi-language environment and an open internet. So if we get, like our social media, if we get people to invest in large language models that are primarily based on India's very many languages, it will be a force multiplier.
This is just amazing. I just saw Tanvi creep into the newsroom there. Studio said, thought I'll call her in. I think this is just so wonderful. It is my joy to have these editorial teams. And I gave this challenge, I think, Pranav, to you and Tanvi like about 5 days back. Yes. It's amazing what you guys have done. And I'm so happy. I called Professor Kamakoti yesterday. I said, thank you for helping me do this. So very proud about this. I had to show off a little bit out there. So.
If I may poke fun at some of the rivals, Arnab, there is a lot of slickness that is going around, but not genuine innovation. So I think this is in the
this is genuine innovation.
We created teams. We actually went through how the pronunciations are, whether they're matching, whether will they mean anything else if she says this in a particular manner, or if the translation says it in a particular manner. So there was a lot of exercise that went behind it. In fact.
I know. This is just amazing. We got visuals coming in from outside the parliament. So let's carry on with the analysis here. We've got Amitabh, I think, still with us, do we? We have Ajay Bagga is with us. Shailesh is with us. This budget is also coming at a time when the Trump administration has essentially doubled charges on some high commodities shipped to the US by raising tariffs to about 50%. The need for domestic competitiveness to improved infrastructure, we need to do things, but we always have a feeling that we've been pushed too hard. Now, we've been pushed too hard that we wish we had 1 year to sort things out, but everything is under stress, energy, transportation, logistics, the green transition. You have an unpredictable American president. There's a transition to the new tax act. Shailesh Bharibhakti, there's a transition to the new tax act. This budget arrives just before the new income tax act 2025 comes into effect. That's on April 1st, I think this year, right? And that is expected to provide critical guidance on migrating to the simplified framework. So we're looking forward to hearing from Nirmala Sitharaman today what is going to happen on that. So would you like to add something on that? Because the moment of transition for all of us.
Yes, I said that in my opening remarks, that this is going to be the centerpiece of the current budget. The onset of the new tax law and the single tax system without any incentives is going to be a super game changer for all taxpayers.
Yeah.
We need to stop thinking about how complicated our tax laws can become. We need to remove all the litigation. We need to make sure the greatest thing in a world that is ruptured, the lowest cost capital is the trust capital. And I think this budget is going to build that trust capital at the lowest possible cost. And it will pay off in terms of multiple returns in making sure that the nominal GDP goes up and that we continue on a path of fiscal rectitude, which we are an example to the whole world of. And my belief is that the centerpiece of this budget statement is going to be investment from any source. Because that's what we need for growth.
Yeah, Mr. Hari Bhakti, we are getting live pictures from Kartavya Bhavan, where the finance ministry has moved now. Harsha is joining us live for a quick update on what's happening there. Harsha, has the finance minister arrived, or are we still building up to that moment?
Yes, Abhishek, just 2 to 3 minutes more, as we already can see. Just a minute ago, the MS Finance Minister Pankaj Chaudhary has arrived here, and we all are waiting here for Nirmala Sitharaman to arrive, because at 8:45 a.m. in the morning, both Pankaj Chaudhary, Nirmala Sitharaman, along with the Finance Secretary, will be here for the photo op, and we can see how the security has been heightened. But Abhishek, to more relevance here is that till now we have seen the Finance Day, the Union Budget Day, where the photo op session till now used to happen at North Block, but this for the very first time that at the historic Kartavya Bhavan, the photo op will happen. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman along with Finance Secretary and the MOS Finance Minister will be here for the photo op. The MOS have already arrived and all are waiting here for Nirmala Sitharaman.
We are waiting for the Finance Minister to arrive. That's what Harsha is informing us. She is reporting from outside Kartavya Bhavan, where we will have that photo op. Slipping into a short break and... Okay, we got some pictures. Again, we are going back to pictures. These are pictures of Finance Minister arriving. She has just left her residence, it seems. These are pictures of her leaving her residence. And moving on to the Kartavya Bhavan. We'll get those pictures once she arrives, but before that, let's go into break and come back quickly so that we don't then again need to take a break till the time that the budget is presented. Okay, slipping into a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June last year of worth of damage, if it has to go for the third missiles, $1 billion a battery, $12 to $14 billion per missile, at a time when the American economy is heading for trouble, can the United States afford this profligate expenditure? I don't think anybody has done any rational thinking in Washington. It's strange that the chiefs of staff are not laying out bare hard facts to Donald Trump. And if America gets into a situation where the chairman joint chiefs of staff is not prepared to tell the bitter truth to his boss, America could suffer grievously. There is no strategy in the United States. There is only controlled chaos. There is only impulse-driven action. You act first and start thinking subsequently, which can be very dangerous. Donald Trump is a real estate agent. He believes he was the land mafia in New York. He is not used to supply.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Shailesh and Ajay, I have great pleasure in introducing Pratyush from Sarvam AI. He's the amazing founder of Sarvam AI, Shailesh, and he is doing something which is remarkable, and I am so happy and proud to be able to associate with him. I think he's building India's sovereign AI ecosystem along with a few other very passionate and nationalistic people. And as I just said...
Can I say one sentence to him? In a ruptured world that we have, sovereignty is a capability, not a slogan. And you have proved it. And we are very proud of you.
And Pratyush, you can tell our viewers what we are going to be doing today, especially on Republic Bharat and Republic Kannada. Your teams have been working with ours. Tanvi was with us just a minute back talking about it, but we'd like to hear from you. Can you hear me, Pratyush?
I think he's not getting the audio.
No, I don't think he's got the audio track there yet, you know. But while I get that established, Ajay, let me make the most of your presence. And of course, Kishore, Lokesh, please step in. We ask this question every year. I'll start with Ajay and then you take it off. What is our priority? Fiscal deficit, discipline or growth? Is the question I've asked for the last 15 years. Is that a question that's relevant anymore? Or are we looking at direction this time? Ajay, are we looking at direction? What new direction can we get, which we don't know already?
We are looking at the vision. We have completed the first quarter of this century, Arnab, so a significant landmark. We are looking at the vision for the next 25 years. That will be watched closely. It will be a balance. So there is very limited fiscal space. What is happening, Arnab, what you have been talking about in a lot of your programs also, a lot of the states are putting a lot of freebies out. So the state borrowing has grown more on a net basis than the center borrowing. The center is borrowing 11 lakh crores a year and the states together are borrowing 12.7. That is squeezing out the capex, what infrastructure spend gets done for the future generations. It's becoming a big issue. So hopefully something will be talked about there also. Our debt to GDP is reaching very scary numbers. 84% is the debt to GDP on a combined basis. And if you look at what we call the fiscal deficit, and for viewers to explain it, if the government earns 70 rupees but spends 100 rupees, that 30 rupees is your fiscal deficit in very simple terms. There are other terms in it, but I'm just breaking it down. That fiscal deficit is watched very carefully for your sovereign ratings, for people to lend you globally, for people to invest into the country. So while the central fiscal deficit has been brought down right from 6%, 6.6% at the height of COVID to about 4.4 for this year, which is completing now. And we are expecting it to go down to 4.2. The state fiscal deficit, Arnab, has been increasing and now it is as high as 3.2. So on a combined basis, if you take government across India, the federal plus the state governments, you're reaching something like 7.6%, which is unsustainable. That is the big issue. So will there be some talk there? So fiscal space is limited, not expecting much more in terms of giveaways or in terms of excess expenditure, but looking at more consolidation and the quality of the expenditure. That is very critical.
In fact, if you saw the economic survey, you want to add something there?
Interest to revenue receipt ratio, that is a major cause of worry. Yes, I agree with Mr. Bagga. But then the fiscal consolidation has been pretty well, looking at the headwinds that India faced, and despite a challenging external sector, I mean, the kind of reforms that have come up, that has stimulated manufacturing sector significantly. Right now we see in the previous quarter it was above 7%. And the twin stimulus of a lower GST along with a positive indication from the monetary policy has seen a certain gain. And then there are going to be a better tax collections. Yes, tax expenditure has to be moderated, which we are going to see in the upcoming tax laws. And so what I see is there is a lot of scope for correction of these anomalies in time to come.
I think, Kishore?
Yeah, Arnab, I always say, the middle class crisis is bigger than midlife crisis. So understand one thing, that the common man is not looking at what is the takeaway from the budget, but the common man is primarily looking at what is being taken away. And that is very, very, very critical. See, today, the long-term capital gain tax for stock market or the average market investor is at about 12.5%. The worry is, are you going to increase that? Point number one. As far as the exemptions in personal tax is concerned, 12 lakh is a good number. I don't see any incremental value. Yes, the government has done great work in terms of the fiscal deficit, though the anticipation of 3.5% or less than that is going to be a tough ask. We are not going to go that path so easily. But what is critical is that until and unless the judiciary comes hard on the freebie stuff, what Mr. Ajay Bhagat said is
not going to happen so easily.
No, it's a very, very important.
It's a serious issue flagged by the economic survey also.
It's a very Kerala which is going bankrupt, and believe me, that's a very slippery issue.
No, it's
10
not,
states which have turned revenue deficit from revenue surplus just because of freebies.
Well, I have Mohandas Pai with us. He will have strong views on it. And it's a great pleasure to have Mohandas Pai with us. Mohandas Pai is a friend of our network. He's among those who has made the Republic dream possible. And he's a man who speaks his mind so clearly, so clearly, so clearly. I want him pre-budget, but I want him even more post-budget, because he's one of those people in the world of business who's not going to be squeamish about giving their view. Mohan, can I introduce someone brilliant on the program? We're doing a great experiment. You always tell me do new things, Arnab, on Republic Network, right? I'm doing something you'll be proud of. You have Pratyush with us. I don't know if you met Pratyush from Sarvam AI.
Yeah.
And Pratyush is doing some great work to build India's sovereign AI ecosystem. This time, Pratyush came to us, and he has worked with us to do India's first live AI presentation of the budget, which means that in Kannada, especially you can switch on to Republic Kannada today, you will hear the speech in Nirmala Sitharaman's voice with her intonations, her colloquialisms, her ups and downs and everything, with a latency of just about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes. So
that's brilliant.
And also in Hindi, can you imagine, Mohan? In Hindi, that reaches 40 crore people on Republic Bharat. Pratyush, can you tell Mohan what we are doing? Then we'll get into the budget talk. But I wanted to showcase this. Pratyush, can you hear me now?
Good morning, Mohan sir. Great to meet you again here. No, absolutely. I think we all know AI is so critical a technology at this time, and it's actually silly that some people say that why is India building its own AI, right? We are an old civilization and a young country, right? So we should be building this up. Absolutely fantastic to see the energy from the Republic team. We just walked into your office a couple of days back. We are a startup, but we saw that startup energy in Republic. Everybody was so interested to look at this, make it work, and actually it's going live today. No, absolutely. I think language is something that sometimes becomes political. It's really not a barrier. It should be a bridge, right? And what we will show today, it's sort of a world's first that a live speech is getting dubbed in multiple languages and being aired. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to hearing what the feedback from people are, because I think this is the start. We can do a lot with this, make information accessible to people across the country.
You know, Arnab, I think what you got is a very fantastic asset. My suggestion is, in about 15 major languages of India, why don't you broadcast on the web your entire Republic Budget Day program?
Yes.
That is, your speech, Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, everything comes on a different, YouTube channel in the language of the people. So that immediately you solve a big problem. You reach 1.2, 1.3 billion out of the 1.4 billion people instantaneously. And I think that, Sabin will have the technology for that. I'm sure. It is a language technology and they'll do it instantaneously. So you'll reach everybody and that will be fantastic. So all the comments you make, your guests make, will be broadcast live and that will be fantastic and they're great. I think you should do that immediately today if possible.
Today will be different. Today what we are doing, Mohan sets these crazy timelines for me. You see, the problem is, do it today. Mohan, no, I can't do it today. I'll do it by tomorrow. So, but
Arnab, you wanted to reach all people in the language.
I will.
Set up a studio.
No, I will.
Now you got a fantastic technology by which the entire thing what you do on Republic Main is broadcast in all languages.
No, we are going to work on this. See, it's only a POC right now, a proof of concept we are doing. If it works, then in a month or so, I think, with the way we have worked together, we will be taking Republic's content to almost at least 12-15 languages because he has a great interface that he's created with it. And our team of Tanvi and Pranav and all already worked on it. It's going to be fantastic. So one thing before I let you go, Pratyush, and I go to Mohan, can you in 30 seconds, 1 minute, just talk about what India's AI ecosystem would be looking for in the budget? And then I'll take the discussion forward.
No, absolutely. Arnab, as you know, AI is something that we all are using already. India is a consumer of the technology. We need to transition to becoming the builder of this technology. And one key resource required for that is high-grade compute capacity in the country, right? And that is, as Mohan sir is saying, requires capital. It's a bit like telecom. You wanted to sell minutes in paise, but you wanted to invest billions. AI is similar. It needs to get these AI tokens, which are very cheap, but it needs a lot of capital. So looking forward to the budget to understand what the government is doing to incentivize that. But irrespective of it, I think it is builders like you, like us, have to come and just build nuts and bolts of the whole technology stack in this decade. And that's the opportunity we are all enthused by.
Arnab, if you can add here, China invested $150 billion for the last 7 years in AI. They had a plan. Now, India has got some 11,000 crore plan, which is very small. Small for a country of our size and our capability. Now, AI requires human capital, which we have in plenty, physical capital, which we lack, but in the next 2-3 years, we'll have about 3 gigawatts of cloud capacity. I think we should go to 10, 12. It will happen in the next 3-4 years. And the third is we need financial capital. People like him should be able to get, 2,000, 3,000 crores capital and told to go and just grow. We need about 5-6 companies like Servin to be funded, and it can be funded out of this AI mission. So I think the AI mission allocation should go up to 50-60,000 crores. And we should fund our young entrepreneurs and say, now there's no excuse for you. You're going to get compute. And I think, Servin, you're building a sovereign cloud, something in Tamil Nadu, right? That's fantastic.
Yes, sir.
You must go to UP and build it in the north too. And I think it's important. And the Gujus will do it in Gujarat. I don't know, they got big players, but at least in UP you must go. And I think you must get this, you must give them capital. We're asking them to fight with their hands tied behind their back, getting peanuts. And despite getting peanuts, they've done a fantastic job because of their brilliance. And you must commend them for their brilliance, working in an economy of unnecessary scarcity. Arnab, you made a point about freebies. The total subsidies given by state government and central government is 10 lakh crores a year. 10 lakh crores. Government of India, 4 lakh crores. Tamil Nadu, 1 lakh 40. Karnataka, 1 lakh crores. Maharashtra, 80,000 crores. You can go on 10 lakh crores. Out of which 2.25, 2.3 lakh crore is given to women, which is good in a different way. But why don't we spend 50, 60, 70,000 crores a year on innovation? Because this innovation is going to pull India up. We are looking at the bottom of the pyramid and giving them many things. That's good because they need to improve their living. But we have to invest at the top of the pyramid with people like Servin and others and give them good capital so they can grow and create huge number of high quality jobs. And we're missing that. And I hope it happens in the budget. And I think this is what we must talk to them and tell Ashwini Vaishnaw that think big. Your 11,000 crores for 4 years, parceling out all these tokens and all is not going to make a big impact. You got to get over this scarcity issue. And you as a republic becoming a national channel with 14, 15 languages, you're using Servin, I think will be fantastic. Suddenly the entire thing will change. The whole media is blown up.
I'm very keen to use the technology to amplify 100% while you were speaking, Subhranshu wants to make a comment on what you just said out there. Subhranshu.
No, I was just going to endorse what Mr. Pai was saying. I think the government needs to begin to look at AI as vital infrastructure and not as an indulgence. I think, if you see, our capex is about $130 billion.
True.
Which is roughly about 3.5% to GDP.
Yeah.
South Korea and China are doing about 2.5% to GDP in terms of R&D investments.
Yeah.
India lags far behind at about 0.65% to GDP. So that, the resultant outcome is things like AI, things like quantum computing. We don't have serious deep tech.
Yeah.
And if government starts to look, the missions and committees, somebody had said a committee is an animal with 4 front legs.
Yeah.
So we need to have a lot of investment with the perspective that AI is vital.
I don't know why I have a feeling this time that there is going to be a lot of focus on strategic technology in this Part B, whatever the government is saying. It can't be just like that, because all this also, it's happening before the big India AI summit, which is happening, I think, in a few days from now, almost 2 weeks from now. And you have big missions, you have the India AI mission. So I would look forward to that. But regardless, now I want a comment from Mohan Das Pai before I go into the break.
Arnab, we are at a very good inflection point in economy. If you look at it, economy is in great shape. We'll grow 7.5%. And the fiscal deficit is coming down. Hopefully, cost of capital will come down, because for India, there are 2 challenges being a $4 trillion economy: labor productivity, which is improving, and capital productivity. Capital productivity is 14-15% for the Nifty 500, that's good. But cost of capital is 11 to 12%. Arnab, this is very, very serious. If you look at all $4 trillion economies, United States, China, Japan, Germany, India, less than 4, UK and France, all of them have a cost of capital of 6 to 9%. We have 11 to 12%. Now, you have to earn that kind of return to get an investment. So we must bring it down to, let's say, maybe 9 to 10% next 2 years. So we don't become a rentier's economy. You'll be surprised, Arnab, the total interest paid in this economy, government, banks and others, is 15.4% of GDP. That means out of the total value add, a large chunk goes to providers of capital instead of providers of labor, because if you pay labor or people, then it turns into consumption and growth. And here, we're making people who have got capital become richer and richer because of a very perverse attitude towards capital. So capital productivity has to come down. And for that, there are many things. And that should be part of the budget. One, liquidity at the short end of the yield curve. I think Governor Malhotra is doing a fantastic job and he'll improve. Second, tax terrorism. Yesterday, one entrepreneur in Bangalore shot himself because of a tax rate. And some people who have inside knowledge told me about certain things, which is really shocking. He was threatened about some big demands, and if you don't do this, you'll be done and blah, and he shot himself. And we had Siddharth PG shooting himself and committing suicide because of tax terrorism. And you must have a special program on that. So we must stop tax terrorism. Arnab, 28 lakh crore is the amounts of taxes in dispute. When Jaitley told us he'll remove tax terrorism in 2014, is 5,40,000 crores. Out of 28 lakh crores, 14 lakh crore is taxes in dispute where assessee is not available, assets are not available. And 14 lakh crore is in dispute where the dispute is going on 80% in the last 5 years. So all these talks of tax terrorism has not gone away. Our finance minister does not read it in. She goes on indulging them and giving them more powers. In the new income tax bill, you'll be shocked, Arnab, you must take it up, that, the income tax officer can break your computer code, remove your passport and everything. And to do that, all he has to do is get permission from an officer in the same department, one leg up. So he has to propose, somebody has to agree, they sign up and they go after you. And they can destroy you by destroying your system, taking away all your data. And there is no checks and balances.
Very good point that Mohan is making. A very good point that Mohan
Arnab, I'll give you another piece of data. In the last 3 years, total direct tax collection is 72 lakh crores, last 3 years. Going up in double digits, high double digits. But you tell me how much money has been collected through tax rates? How much cash has already come in? How much money is stuck up in disputes? That is one. Second thing is policies uncertainty. For example, last year they removed that indexation for assets. And that is a retrospective amendment because Maruti had to pay 800 crores because of indexation removal on their fixed income portfolio. They suddenly removed it and say, hey, we're doing this, blah, blah, blah. But they should have said indexation till 31st March will be there. After that, we can remove. Again, they didn't understand. And the third thing is, like somebody said, judicial delays. We have got 10, 15, 20 years for the Supreme Court to give a decision, and then the government doesn't accept it, keeps running. How do we run this country if you have to wait so long? Unless all these things are done, we'll be a rent-seeking economy, high-cost economy.
This is the point, Ajay, I want to comment. I like this tone. People say Mohandas Pai is very critical. I would say Mohandas Pai, Ajay, is the best well-wisher of this government.
Yeah.
And he has said that there are 3 or 4 areas if you don't work on it. Would you like to comment on any of those, especially the tax terrorism issue? See, I'm not talking about whether the Confident Group chairman did a right or wrong thing, or whether Siddharth was completely in the clear. All businesses have problems. But what he's talked about is something that will affect business sentiment, business confidence, regardless of sector.
Yeah. What is happening is the bureaucrats are getting too strong. And you would have a balance where you would have strong politicians
change the windows
like an Arun Jaitley who would know the law better than the bureaucrats. So there are a lot of these changes, this creeping kind of grab by the bureaucracy that's happening. I was in a dinner 2 days back, and one of the foreign bank country heads, he was talking. His young son, who's not started working, his income tax return, which is supposed to be faceless, the income tax officer sends him a message, I want to settle, call me on this number. First he thought it's a scam.
Is it reality?
And it kept on coming. He wrote to him that you send me an email, I will not respond on a phone. He thought it's a scam. But then he checked out it's genuine. So, these are things. There are good intentions.
And I'm going to come back to all of this and more, Ajay. I have to take a short break. Shailesh ji, please don't go away. Only a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot needs to be done. But I would say that with a sizable talent pool, we have got enterprise, we have got international recognition. AI is a national priority. We're entering the budget in a strong position. What can we make of it? When I'm back.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the Prime Minister, the moderate, he said we are prepared to talk and prepared to help. But as far as the
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels. If you still want to go ahead with it, frankly, it would be highly
All right, welcome back, friends. As we build up to that moment when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents her budget in just a couple of hours from now. In fact, as we speak, she has arrived at Kartavya Bhavan. We are going to see those pictures, the traditional photo op from Kartavya Bhavan this time, and not the North Block, because the Finance Ministry, like many other ministries, including the Home Ministry, have moved out of that historical Lutyens building atop the Rayasena down to the Kartavya Path, and hence the photo op this time from that place. We continue to have our guest Shubhranshu with us in the studio, as also Lokesh. We're joined in by Mr. Jeetu Punjabi. He's CEO of the EM Investo Capital. He's advisors. He's joining us live from Mumbai. And we also have Ashish Wakankar, founder of Equipoise Capital Management Private Limited. If I could begin with you, Mr. Punjabi. What are your expectations? I believe the markets are working today just because it's budget on Sunday.
Thank you for having me on the show. Well, look, India's in a reasonable shape in a global environment that's pretty volatile and pretty rough. And my expectation is that the finance minister is going to be very prudent on the fiscal side and going to focus on areas that need attention. And the understanding broadly is that there'll be more spending on defense and infrastructure and other areas. But here's where I differ with the larger population is that we're in extra normal circumstances where the tariff tantrums are happening. There's a lot of volatility elsewhere in the world. And my suggestion would be the finance minister should actually come out and say, I'm spending an extra $50 billion. I need Parliament to approve a 1.5% expansion in fiscal deficit for 1 year, and we go back to the normal deficits the next year, and we need to go and create jobs. There are 20 million kids turning 20 each year, and these 20 million kids need to be incentivized and can't face the brunt because of a rough global environment. And India is a growth story, and we need to understand the circumstances and go out and expand deficit. The second thing I would say, not within the domain of the finance minister typically, is India should follow a very expansionary fiscal policy, a monetary policy, and should go out as you need fiscal and monetary both working in high gear in this current time. And the last thing I'd say is you hear of a lot of high net worth Indians and billionaires and $100 millionaires leaving the country, going and living in Singapore and Dubai. I would say there needs to be an incentive to bring them back. There should be no stick approach. There should be a carrot approach. Bring them back and try and get them back, because they're the ones who are going to create jobs. They're the ones who are going to put capital to work and risk capital. And that's my 2 bits on what I think the budget should be taking forward.
Yeah, good morning. Jeetu, Arnab here. I agree with most of what you've said out here. And we keep hearing here, Ashish Wakankar is also with us. He's founder of Equipoise Capital Management Private Limited. He's spent a lot of time in the fiscal sector. Ashish, how is this budget different from last year's? Last year's was, of course, election. So there was a pre-election budget. If you take that part out of it, or was it? No, it wasn't. Last year was past elections.
Yeah, past
elections. But how would you compare last year's budget situation, pre-budget situation, to this year's?
Good morning, Arnab, and thanks once again for having me on your show. Great to be expecting a fantastic budget, especially after having seen the economic survey. A fabulous document very clearly states the direction or the goal that we are moving towards. See, the difference between the last year's budget and this year's budget, there's one thing very clear. Importantly, the budgets are focused on our goal, which is Viksit Bharat. We do not do here, small fixing over here. So, despite the fact that you had severe US tariffs on us, there were expectations, building around that Will this budget focus on, tariffs and giving reliefs? I don't think so. You look at the economic survey. The economic survey clearly, and that's absolutely in the right direction. The economic survey speaks about the final goal. You look at the document, it talks about deep and sustained deregulation. It talks about entrepreneurial state. It's replaced inspection-based control with trust-based control, Swadeshi to strategic indispensation. So I think we are moving in that direction. Last budget, we spoke about it, Arnab, on very much your show. What is holding back the private sector? I mean, we've been hearing about, animal spirits need to be unleashed. The private sector capex is lagging. The economy is running only on one engine, which is the government expenditure. So what needs to be done? I think the economic survey this time has gone explicit.
We are speaking. Those are pictures of Nirmala Sitharaman outside. You'll have to turn that audio down outside Parliament. And she's holding the Bahi Khata out there. And it's a great moment for Nirmala Sitharaman. Truly should be very content and very happy with what she's achieved. 9th budget. Records that will be impossible, difficult for anyone to break in the future. And, she has ensured we have a robust GDP in a volatile global environment. Despite all the economic uncertainty, I think the biggest achievement of Nirmala Sitharaman is that while there is slowing growth in many economies and many other growing economies, we continue to expand at a strong pace. That is her biggest achievement, the big numbers. And her achievement, if you want to talk about it, would be in the fact that you look at the economic survey, they are projecting our GDP growth at 7.4% in a rough economic weather, significantly above most major economies, and that is her credit. And we're expecting growth to remain high in FY27. Private consumption remains a key pillar of growth, which is also very good, which is cushioning our economy from a weak economic demand globally. So all of these factors, if you look at them, coming together, is the credit for Nirmala Sitharaman. So, Brangshu, how does corporate India look upon Nirmala Sitharaman as a finance minister and her track record? So, Brangshu.
I think the record speaks for itself, the fact that she's doing this a 9th consecutive time.
Yes.
And I think the over the last 5 years in particular, the banking sector's health has been vastly improved than before.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that investments have been funneled to priority sectors, particularly in infrastructure. Incentive levers have been pulled, which have helped electronics manufacturing. It has helped renewables. There are several sectors. Defense, as somebody was mentioning, is going to be a focus area here and going forward. But Arnab, I think her biggest credit to my mind is, historically, ever since economic liberalization, we have danced between two extremes. Either there's been a portion about economic expansion with runaway inflation and then external, crises, or there has been moderate economic expansion with, flatlined growth.
Yes.
I think she has been very squarely in the middle, and now is the time to be more bold and more assertive, because we need private capital.
Yeah,
we need
I have Saurabh Mukherjee also with us. He's the Chief Investment Officer of Marcellus Investment. He looks, I always say, on macro terms, Saurabh is probably among the absolutely right on top best analysts in the country. Saurabh, good morning on Budget Day. This is Arnab here. Thank you for your time. FY26 fiscal deficit estimated at 4.4%. FY27, we are saying we are targeting 4.3%. Is that the number you look at? What are the numbers that you would look at very, very closely and which will define for you this budget? Saurabh.
I think the budget deficit number, not just me or not, I think the bond market will look at that number. I think the bond market, more than the equity market today, should be the area of focus for people like us. The bond market has been signaling over the last year that there's a degree of stress in the government's finances, not just the central government, but also the state government's finances. And as a result, bond yields are pushing up. And because the government of India's bond yields are pushing up, that's also pushing up the corporate cost of borrowing, something that the economic survey, I think, did well to flag. So the central challenge, I think, for the FM when she speaks at 11 today is, A, she will have to fiscally consolidate, but she's fiscally consolidating in a country where tax revenues are growing at just 3-4%, and where white-collar job creation is all but absent over the last couple of years. So at the same time, whilst fiscally consolidating, she needs to stimulate the economy in some way so that we can rev up tax collections, we can rev up job growth. I think that's the dicey balance, that's the tricky balance she'll have to strike. Fiscal caution on one side, and at the same time imparting a degree of economic stimulus. Hopefully she will do that through tax cuts, but I think that's the tricky part that she will have to show us between 11 and noon today. How does she keep the bond market happy whilst reviving the economy?
Well, that's fantastic. Saurabh, Pranav, our business editor, has the next question for you.
Saurabh, in fact, we just saw one of the biggest crashes in the metals market about just 2 days ago.
Yes.
Now we have the budget. Do you think any of these two events are interlinked and could be the trigger for the markets as they open just about a few minutes from now? Just about 6 minutes to open for D Street. It's open on a Sunday. What do we expect out of these two events? Can we link them together?
So we've seen a broad-based commodity rally, Pranav, over the last couple of years, not just the precious metals, but even, say, steel, aluminum, copper have rallied. My reading is we're probably at the beginning of a correction in that sustained rally in precious metals and industrial metals. Last Friday was the beginning of that, and given what we've seen over the last 48 hours, I think silver price is off by almost a third. I think we'll see an impact of that on the Indian stock market. Companies which are linked to industrial metals and precious metals will sell off. Ironically, from an Indian macro perspective, I think this is a good thing. We're spending a lot of money buying imported gold and silver. Hopefully that abates as the madness around precious metals reduces.
The visuals you are seeing on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, outside Rashtrapati Bhavan, and I think this is the time when that convoy of cars you're seeing out there would be going from Finance Ministry, Kartavya Bhavan Finance Ministry, the huge cavalcade going there, and you're seeing all green energy cars out there, and they're going up to where Nirmala Sitharaman is formally presenting the budget to the president. And then that will go forward from there. I welcome PK Basu this morning. We are very delighted to have a great panel with us. Reintroducing Ajay Bagga. We have Saurabh Mukherjee, PK Basu with us, Jitu Punjabi, and everyone, all of us. Sobrangshu, everyone's with us. One question to Saurabh to take it forward, and Ajay, I'll come back to you after that, immediately after that. Saurabh, the rupee depreciated 5% since US tariffs, The economic survey calls it punching below its weight. How should investors particularly, because you travel a lot, you speak a lot, globally, and your company and you, how should investors interpret this in terms of export opportunities, and particularly, I'm talking to Saurabh, currency risk? Can we please have Saurabh on air? Thank you.
So from a export perspective, the currency depreciation is actually welcome relief, right? So I went to the textile area in Coimbatore, Tirupur 2 weeks ago, and job losses have begun there. So from their perspective, the rupee goes towards 100. Actually, it's no bad thing. It'll help them offset what President Trump is doing to our country. From a foreign investor perspective, I think that the issue is that from a foreign portfolio investor, foreigners who invest in our stock market, I think the issue is a little bit deeper. Their point is that India is taxing them. Most foreign investors don't pay tax in the destination country. India is a peculiar exception to that rule. Secondly, valuations are rich in our country, and earnings growth, profit growth in our country has been weak for the last couple of years. That troika of circumstances, right, which is punitive taxes on foreign portfolio investors with rich valuations and weak earnings growth, I'm not sure that there's much the FM can do about that in the budget today. But I think that's a broader challenge we'll have to deal with as a country over the next 12 months if we want the rupee to stabilize somewhere in the early 90s.
Ajay, should we be concerned about FII exits?
Yeah, we should. Sentimentally, it hurts us. And overall, if you look what Saurabh was mentioning, that has been an issue. If you look at the dollar returns for FIs in India, they've been nothing. So this kind of underperformance that India has done over the last 15 months, vis-a-vis both developed markets and emerging markets, has not happened ever, Arnab. So we have an issue. And if that money was not going out, $20-30 billion, going out, markets would be doing much better, definitely. So not only sentimentally, but also it's critical for generating capital in the economy, for the growth of the economy. the foreign capital should be welcomed. These tax changes, policy changes, very frequent change in rules, and also the amount of friction that is there for them to operate in the country remains an issue.
Well, in that sense, I guess what you're saying, what both of you are saying is that, Saurabh, we're going to have to send, PK, good morning, we're going to have to send some message out. Because we can't just expect foreign investors, others looking at us globally to have faith in the fact that we are doing the right long-term things. I have a feeling the foreign investors are looking more at the short-term downsides very closely as well. PK.
Well, I think earnings growth has not been consistent with the strength of the economy.
No, it's not.
The economy, if you look at the economy, in my view, real GDP growth this year will be about 8.5%. It was 8% in the first half. It's likely to accelerate in the second half, and all the evidence shows that it is accelerating. So despite that, earnings growth is very modest. One of the factors in the latest quarter, of course, is the fact that the new labor codes have forced companies to recognize some additional charges on things like gratuity and so on that they'll have to pay over the medium term. So I think some of it is short term. Some of it is simply a fact of good macroeconomic management. If you have good macroeconomic management and inflation is very low, corporates have very little pricing power. I mean, in the past year, inflation has been at a 15-year low, and as a result, there's very little pricing power. And I don't think that the budget can really address that. I mean, it's a good thing that for the macro economy, it's a good thing that inflation is low, that the current account deficit is almost gone, and that real GDP is growing very rapidly. So these are all positives. I don't think that the budget is aimed at addressing the interests of foreign institutional investors or for corporates. I mean, the idea is that if corporates are to generate faster earnings growth, it is really up to them. I don't think the budget can do very much to address that.
We can't be completely blasé about FII outflows. We have to do everything for everyone. We can't say it's not our job to shield the Sensex from FII outflows. I know domestic investors are important, but we can't as a country today begin to say that we don't care about it. So we'll have to, maybe FM should try to introduce some measures to lock in, retail liquidity, maybe to shield the Sensex from FII outflows, to do something out there to keep things all right. You see, the next 6 months, we've got to just keep our guardrails up to make sure, PK, nobody is badly affected.
I think one of the areas that can be addressed is how we treat capital gains. For instance, I mean, we have a much more difficult regime for capital gains than East Asia. And so it is possible to address that.
Is it likely to? Is it too big to expect something like that in this Sunday budget? Ajay, likely to? I mean, there are some people who said, listen, this time don't expect headlines.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think Saurabh has set that tone very nicely. I'll just add two things to what PK said. PK, we have to also look at the budget increasing the aggregate demand. We have an output gap in the economy of nearly 24%. And so corporates are not investing. I think that there you need to give some relief to the common citizen. And just 3.5 lakh Indians are filing a tax return of 1 crore. Can you imagine in 140 crore Indians, we have only 3.5 lakh who are showing income of 1 crore. That is the big problem. You can't only blame the government. Your tax to GDP is 12%.
Yeah.
So you're just not able to collect enough tax to do all the things that you want to. That is one. Aggregate demand is suffering. Coming to the FI tax or the overall capital market tax, again a biased view because I'm a markets person, but the STT, for example, was brought in by Chidambaram, and on the parliament floor he said, I am bringing in STT so capital gains will stay at zero. What the government has done, they have increased the STT over the years by 200% and brought in LTCG back. the long-term capital gain. So what has happened? You have killed the golden goose. Last year, you increased the STT by 60%. The tax collections went down 25%. Because there is a Laffer's curve that works in economics. As you cut the taxes, your revenue actually goes up. And when you keep on repricing the tax, thinking, let me kill the golden goose and take out all the golden eggs today, you don't get even one golden egg. So actually, STT is going down 25%. The government does not release the LTCG, STCG numbers yet.
Why are the markets falling? Why are the markets falling? Ajay, since you are here, can we have a breaking news on the markets also? Markets not doing very well. Why is that, Ajay? What does that reflect?
Some of it will be the hangover from the metals meltdown that we saw on Friday. What will happen is a lot of the margin calls will be happening on the commodity exchange, and people will be selling out on the stocks to generate some liquidity.
So
that could be one thing.
Nothing much to be read into. I'm going to be coming back to you, Saurabh, for just a moment. But before that, I want to introduce the ASSOCHAM President Nirmal K. Minda. He's also the chairman of UNO Minda. Nirmal ji, good morning. Your expectations, ASSOCHAM expectations on India's outlook and the budget outlook?
See, I would start with that, if we look at the GDP, the top contribution of the GDP, we are service sector 54%, manufacturing 13%, and agriculture 15%. And economic survey say the growth of 9, 7, and 3, which is very low. And we are 1.4 billion people. With the GDP, our expectation that manufacturing sector should grow by 25%. This service should grow by 25%, and agriculture also by the same percentage. We are, for this, we have to focus mainly on manufacturing Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for that, our ask from the government is more spent on the power infrastructure, ease of doing business, simplification of the processes, and MSME growth. If all this happens, I think our imports will cut down, and we will become net surplus in many of these sectors for trade deficit between export and exports. So job will increase and our GDP will grow. This is our request.
Saurabh, I'm again going back to the foreign investor issue because I'd like your take on it a lot. Foreign investors say India is expensive but popular. Should we be concerned about that? Why are we being described as expensive? And if we are expensive, why are we still popular? Do we have to work harder to justify this premium? Or, my worry is that we are entering a phase where people globally are saying India is expensive. No, 1 minute. Don't overreact. Let me provoke. That's my job. Let me ask Saurabh. You're all jumping into it. But is this true, Saurabh? And should we be concerned? Yeah. Jitu is also on that. Yeah. What do you say, Saurabh?
So look, I think we've been expensive throughout. I can't remember any stage of my career where India wasn't more expensive on a forward PE multiple.
People are saying more, talking more openly about it these days.
Only challenge is we used to be expensive and we used to grow faster.
Yeah.
Right. Our earnings growth was much faster. For the last now coming up to 2.5 years, we've been expensive and we don't grow faster. We grow meaningfully slower than our peers in emerging markets. And in fact, the underperformance of the Indian market compared to emerging markets, I think this is a 30-year low for us. Never in the last 30 years has India underperformed by as much as we have done in the last 12 months. So we've been expensive and we used to generate superior growth. We were worth the expense. Now we are still expensive, but we don't generate superior growth. And that's the crux of the problem that we in the stock market are facing. That our companies are growing profits at 5-6%. In rupee terms, in dollar terms, barely anything. In a world where the S&P 500 is growing profits at 11% dollar.
So this means that we'll have to sign the US trade deal quicker? Does this mean because we can't take all the risks on ourselves? I mean, I guess, Ajay, Jitu, I mean, see, we have to do something to compensate the fact that there isn't that much earning that's happening in the private sector in India. So we are not where we were latently in 2016,
I think there's a structural issue with the markets.
No, people were investing with a 10-year horizon. in 2016. They're not investing with a 10-year horizon anymore, are they? Ajay?
Yeah, the domestic investor is still holding up the market. So the domestic flows were nearly 7.9 lakh crores. So even though the foreign investors took out money on the margin, domestic investors brought in huge amounts, and that's what's. But despite that inflow, if the FI outflow had not been there, this market would have been really rocking. So the issue remains that your earnings are not justifying the valuation. You have a punitive tax regime.
Yes.
Plus, you have frictional issues for foreigners coming in when they have other options. You don't have pure play artificial intelligence sector, for example. Korean market went up 70% last year.
Good.
The heavy lifting was done by two companies, Samsung and SK Hynix, the two semiconductor plays. So you don't have that kind of new age technology companies to offer, so that marginal flow has also come down. But given all that, what we did in 94 in bringing these FIs in, Saurabh used to be the big poster boy for us. We would take him to all the foreigners when he was in CLSA and write huge reports on the India consumption story. I still have copies of those. That story is getting a little, watered down because of the taxation, because of the difficulty of operation, and the earnings not catching up. I think again it comes to aggregate demand. Government did cut income tax. Government did cut GST. The RBI cut rates by 1.25%. That is now getting tired this year. This year you need something more to generate the demand.
That is the critical. We need to do something more. But
you see now what I think.
Can I just get Dinesh Kanabar and just say hello to him and then coming back to the panel out there? So Dinesh Kanabar is joining us right now. How do I describe Dinesh? Well, Dinesh is basically one of the most respected people in corporate India today. The biggest, I won't name the companies, but he's on boards of the two biggest companies in the country, which shows the trust that he has on both sides. And a lot of credibility. He's founder and CEO of Dhruva Advisors. I want a macro view from you, not any sector-specific view or a tax view. I always say that this year is different because this year, if the geopoliticians, people in geopolitics are even more important than the traditional economists. Because this time everybody's talking about what's happening to the major European economies. They are facing near stagnation. There are energy shocks, war-related disruptions, monetary tightening. So we are going to face the consequences of global factors. Capital is political. I've never seen so much risk advisory work being done, Dhruva. I don't know how it is with you, Saurabh, but the risk advisors, the geopolitical experts, they are the ones in maximum demand because people want to know what's happening everywhere from Belgium to Swaziland. So I want to ask you, Dhruva, how will these global factors affect us this time? And can Mr. Modi, Ms. Sitharaman do anything for that?
Arnab, thank you first of all for a very generous introduction. And you're right on. You look at what's happening in USA today. There is President Trump putting tariff on us. More important, we have HB1 visas coming under a scanner, $100,000 being happening. And you are seeing a lot of reverse brain drain happening, Arnab. That is one part. And log it with the fact that we are trying to manufacture in India. We want semiconductors to be made in India. We want AI leadership to be in India. Our Minister Ashwini Vaishnav made a very nice speech at Davos as to how India should not be lagging behind in the AI race. And the question is, can we use this budget to really give impetus to some of these sectors where we have got tailwinds? So we need manufacture, we have talent coming from USA into India. How do we harness it? Can we promote R&D better in India? R&D is something which requires a deep amount of time to really take place. You don't have things which are happening over just 1 or 2 years. You need to have a sustained expenditure. And Arnab, the amount of expenditure in R&D in Indian corporate is about 15% of the global spend. So we spend about 1/6 of what global companies do. how do we incentivize Indian companies to do that? How do we incentivize Indian company to manufacture in India? How do we take advantage of the reverse brain drain are things which we need to look at. The other thing, Arnab, is that we have seen quite a bit of money going away from Indian markets on account of a variety of factors. And the question is, how do we provide better certainty there? Very recently, Arnab, while it's a tax issue, but it's really quite a wider issue, a Supreme Court gave a judgment in the case of Tiger Global, where tax treaty benefits have been sort of watered down. And the question is, what is it that one can do?
Put my audio down. Put my audio down.
And the question is, what is it that one can do really to take away the uncertainty for foreign investors? So quite a few things, Arnab, which can be done in this budget, and I am keenly hoping and looking forward to the finance minister doing that.
Please continue, Dhruv. So I just, while we have some live visuals coming in from the parliament, Abhishek is back. Abhishek, now take us through the whole thing. Dhruv, I'm just coming back to you in a moment. Yeah. Take us through the formalities as we are heading 1.5 hours to the budget presentation.
Right. So the finance minister is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. We are looking at these pictures coming in with the finance minister presenting the budget to the President of India. It's a very formal ceremony. Following this, she would, of course, come to the parliament, and she would then be submitting the budget to the cabinet for its approval. And President arrived there, as I said, a formal ceremony. Some informal bit also, like last time we saw the President giving Nirmala Sitharaman some sweets to, I think, to sweeten the moment to some. Whether she repeats that this time.
The sari that she wears.
From here, the finance minister goes to the parliament, submits the budget to the cabinet for its approval. When the cabinet approves, which happens at around 10:30 a.m., and there is a small bit of discussion that takes place, and then, of course, over to the parliament where the presentation begins. So
while we watch these pictures, I want a word from Pranav. Pranav, the Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange will be holding a live trading session today on budget, which begins with the finance minister's budget speech starting at 11 a.m. How long does that continue, and can you share some details of that? Well, put Pranav on air in a PIP. Thank you.
Like the finance minister who's creating a history here, we are also seeing the Lal Street opening today. It's a historic day because it never is open except for certain exceptions where they want to test certain scenarios. This is probably the first Sunday that the D Street is also open. What we're getting is that the markets are a little lower right now. The volatility index, that's the India VIX, it's risen about 4%. So that just indicates how the markets are kind of jittery or in a waiting for the finance minister's word and then take their positions, as Ajay was in fact saying that a lot of positions unwinding will take place as the day progresses. So it's going to be an eventful day even on D Street, and given that the cash flows are likely to change, the metal crash happened about 2 days ago. So it will be really interesting to see if where the capital flows are now allocated post the announcement of the budget in just about
Absolutely. Now, let me take a comment in from everyone on the panel now that we have a full house out here. We can, I'm just coming back to you, Jeetu and, Dinesh ji, Ajay and Saurabh in a moment. Geopolitical shocks. I want to start from there. And any of you want to comment? If I were to say, are we insulated from geopolitical shocks by saying that we have less dependence on energy markets globally compared to others? We are doing very well. Suppose someone says, listen, Arnab, stop being cynical. Anyway, nowadays people say you're more critical of the government than you should be. But that, we have 1% growth of Germany. We are growing 7.4%. Why don't you look at the rosy picture? What would you say to that? Would you say I'm being pessimistic? All the conversation happening today, by the way, PK, hasn't happened last year and the year before that, which means somewhere there is a sense of anxiety also that is building up. PK.
No, I mean, the geopolitics has deteriorated drastically for us in the past year, but we have started taking some counteractive measures. And the most dramatic aspect of that, of course, was in the past week, where we signed the FTA with the European Union. So that is a very good start in the direction of resolving our bad geopolitical situation. Now, I think, from the point of view of markets that we've been talking about, we have a slight disconnect because one of the reasons why we have high valuations and FII outflows at the same, net outflows at the same time, is simply because the domestic investor, there is the flows into mutual funds continue to be very significant, and that continues to keep our market.
Is it going to remain this way?
It has to. It will.
It will remain. We'll remain Goldilocks.
Absolutely.
We'll be a Goldilocks economy.
As an economy, there is no.
Are we guaranteed to be a Goldilocks economy? Are we guaranteed?
So there's a dichotomy here. There are two things happening. One, the domestic investors in SIP form and mutual funds is increasing, which is increasing the market share. At the same time, you need to understand that the credit card consumption rise is 84% in last 3 years, which means the average Indian. No, that's not good. The average Indian is getting into debt, and the GDS in the last decade.
But inflation is down to 1.7%.
That's perfectly all right. An average guy who's earning 35,000-40,000 has got 7 credit cards.
But we've got a low inflation. We've got sustained growth. What's your problem if people are borrowing more?
No, okay. So please understand what will...
You don't borrow, that's your problem. You are
no.
conservative.
I have always told you the middle class crisis is the biggest
You're not middle class at all. Don't point at yourself, I'll say.
Okay, then put me lower down. Okay, that's good enough. Arnab, anybody sitting on the studio is not at par with you. Okay. The fact that you have been cynical about the government is a bigger news than the...
I'm not cynical of the government. No, 1 minute. I'm not cynical. Dinesh, please save me from these cynical people.
No.
Dinesh and Jitu and Ajay, save me from these cynical... I am saying... No, nothing has happened to me. I am being sanguine about the present situation. I'm saying that, see, Brazil's government has maintained, Dinesh, I'm comparing to Brazil, shouldn't compare, but it's got a GDP of 2.3%. Germany is 1%. We are maintaining that rare balance of growth and price stability. At the same time, we have got low retail inflation. It was 6%, it's gone to 1.7%. Are things looking too good? Ajay, see, I'm just saying, is it actually so good? Dinesh and Subramanian.
So if I can come in, I think there is a way to reconcile what you are saying.
I'm saying this because I don't trust the pink papers anymore after the way they misreported the Tata story. I don't trust any pink paper in this country anymore. I would just like Dinesh Kanabar's view more than the view of any of the pink. Are we really so good? Are we really Goldilocks? Are we really top of the pops? Are we really Davos ke emeralds? Are we really like that? Or are we positioning ourselves to ourselves? Dinesh.
So, without an iota of doubt, we are growing and we are growing well.
Yes.
Percentages can be a matter of debate. The issue really is, are we realizing our potential? That's what you are asking, Arnab. I'm putting words in your mouth.
Yes.
But the issue is not really to say, are we growing? Yes, we are. Are we realizing our potential? The answer, unfortunately, is no. There is so much more that we can do. With the type of economy that we have, at the level at which we are, a 6%, 7% growth is given. Can the government help us go to that 8, 9, 10% is what we all need to look at. And that is where a degree of cynicism comes in to say, what more can we do really to really kickstart this economy? There is a cause for concern. There are global headwinds, and then there are things which are happening within the country where we are our own sort of hitting our feet by with whatever. Yeah, and that's what the issue is really.
Okay. So I want quick responses to that, Dinesh, from everyone on the panel. I saw all hands go up. Yep. Everyone agrees with you. First, Ajay, because he's on the box. You're not on the box.
Totally. Ajay. Dinesh sir is the Bhisham Pitama of accountancy as far as we are concerned. You had Saleshwari Bhakti and Dinesh Kanabar. Congratulations on such a fabulous panel that you got in today.
Thank you, Ajay.
More than this, Arnab, it is a K-shape. So there are segments which are doing very well, but we are not boxing to the extent of our potential. Second, there is an underlying issue of growth of demand. Demand is not growing as fast as it could, and the government is constrained because you have only 12% tax to GDP. So the same guys are doing the heavy lifting. The middle class is crying, even at 12 lakhs, they're saying, but then the government puts out the numbers that if we have given 80% of people don't pay taxes because we have given you a waiver till 12 lakhs. We have given you GST waiver. Why aren't we collecting enough tax so that we can fund the future? Why aren't we growing at 14-15% nominal, and we are growing at 8.7? That is the big issue.
I want to again take that because you are endorsing what Dinesh said out there.
Just one sober number I would like to give, Arnab. We take for granted that we will grow into a 25 trillion. Japan crossed 4 trillion in 1993 and it has stayed at 4 trillion. Germany crossed 4 trillion in 2017. It is still at 4 trillion. China crossed 4 trillion in 2007. It is 20 trillion today. Can we, in the next 17 years, can you grow from 4 to 20? I don't think so. At the present policy level, I don't think so. That is the big question.
I'm glad for that. Abhishek, Pranav, I mean, I would say we are glad for this sobering thought. You know, we are all believers in the India story. We are complete believers in what the Prime Minister has done, what Nirmala Sitharaman has done. But these are also believers. Dinesh Kanabar is a believer in this government. Ajay Bagga is a believer in this government. But there is a sense that we can't keep saying, oh, you know, we have got a lot of internal, consumption share of GDP so large. We are not sensitive to. This headline is boring. Yeah. Every morning I'm hearing the pink papers say, India insulated from global shocks. I mean, these pink papers should stop publishing anymore. Every second day their headline is, we are insulated, the world is bad, we are good. That's not helping anymore. I think these are now real questions, the questions they're asking.
In fact, just one statistics that I wanted to give when you were talking about the domestic investor being with us is that the SIP stoppage ratio, for example, has dipped by, to 85% of people are not continuing with their SIPs. Is it kind of now what Ajay is talking about, is that kind of started reflecting in the domestic sentiment as well?
And some of the banks are concerned about that. You know, we also must look at the fact, Abhishek, that we are saying that, we're not South Korea. We're not Vietnam, we're not Germany. Because global trade slowdown has happened, they've been affected, we've not been affected. Again, self-congratulatory.
And that's a red flag, in fact, because if we are saying we are not South Korea and Vietnam, which means we are not picking up on manufacturing. I mean, despite all the push that...
So what did economic surveys say this time? Economic surveys said that 61% of our GDP, highest since FY12, is private consumption. There could be a negative way of looking at it also. Now, why should it be? Why should we always be happy about that? PK?
Fundamental problem. The fact that
Arnab?
growth. Earnings growth is disappointing.
The same economic survey, Arnab, is also saying they studied 7 states, Arnab. I read the 740 pages of economic survey. They studied 7 states, Arnab. 50% of the food consumption is dependent on the government doles.
Now that's
50%.
Bad.
Exactly. People would be starving if they were not getting that dole. So we need the dole. And what kind of an economy are you making when 66% people are producing 15% of the GDP?
So I would say, therefore, that the only way to come out of this situation, Ajay, is what we need to do in 6 years, we need to do in 6 months now, right? Sushil, you're quiet.
If I could just say something.
You're quiet, Subhranshu, come on.
I think the point that Mr. Basu was making and Saurabh elaborated on is critical. Yeah. Last year, after a long drought, was the first year in which...
The ceremony.
Oh, tell me about the ceremony, sorry.
Yeah, so I think it's become sort of a tradition now with President Murmu giving that sweet curd, I believe.
So that's become part of the that's how convention becomes ritual over a period of time. That's fantastic. She's coming out of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Subhranshu, yes, please. In 1 minute, I have to take a break, please.
I was saying that last year, net inflows across developing stock markets increased. India is an aberration. We should be concerned about that. To Mr. Basu's point, not only is profitability not growing, even corporate revenue growth is at half the growth rate of the GDP. So this is a bigger concern to my mind. And you were asking about the global political order. I think China has been co-opted into the rules-based system, but America is realizing it can't win the game by staying in the rule-based system.
Yeah.
This is not something that will get done.
No, we are doing things well. See, we are doing things well. Strategic tact and all is very good. But if economic survey said that Trump's tactics are, we are responding with economic statecraft, the fact is we've got to combat not just Trump, but a lot more.
By the way, Trump has just announced an hour back that India is buying Venezuelan oil and they have a deal. They have a deal. He always talks about deals. So he says that they have a deal with India. India is buying Venezuelan oil. Why not? We should buy. I mean, we can buy from anywhere.
So what's wrong with buying Venezuela?
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong in it. Just Trump.
Put an ideological tag on oil?
Not really. I mean, I said we can buy from wherever, but Trump, a puppet, what do you say? A Trump projecting as if he has won the deal for the United States. Right? We can buy it from anywhere.
Could this soften America?
No, I say this to you.
It's about Trump headwinds.
Abhishek, I'll have to take a break. The fact of the matter is there is no good or bad. There is only weak and strong. The sooner we realize that, the better. If you start moralizing about the global trade or economics right now, we're all going to be dead. By the way, we missed an opportunity to interview Piyush Goyal yesterday. He's going to be coming this evening.
He's coming tonight at 8.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. At 8 o'clock, we're going to talk about that. I'll take a short break. Don't go away. Dinesh, Ajay, Jeetu, it's warming up. And by the way, I want to say here, I've just been told we are 10 times bigger in live streaming than any other channel in the country right now. So thank you for that. Sarvam AI partnering with the Republic Media Network to bring you the first AI live 2-minute latency translation of the budget. So Sarvam AI and Republic Media Network are partnering today. This is fantastic. Back in 2 minutes.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy telematic victory. Looks damn good on television.
All right, we are cutting back live to pictures coming in from Parliament. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman again for that photo op just outside the Garud Dwar, as it is called, where Finance Minister is now. And she is holding the Bahi Khata, the bourgeois as it is called. That's why it's called budget. It's a French. It has French origins, and the team of Finance Minister there with her, who have helped her make the budget this year. And we are getting these pictures even as the government has released the numbers for GST, buoyant at about 8% plus year on year. Finance Minister would head inside the Parliament now, and the budget would be presented to the Cabinet.
Yeah, we can go back to our commercial break right now. We'll be back after a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the traditional photo op on the steps of the new Parliament building. So things look different now because we're used to earlier we had Arun Jaitley, then Nirmala Sitharaman walk up the steps, and then on top of the steps in gate number 1 of Parliament would take the picture. Things have changed. It's a bigger grand Parliament that we have right now. Let's head to a break. We'll come back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So will Donald Trump still go in? He is building up forces. He is now tried to create a second off-ramp. This is an air exercise. Let Iran talk about the nuclear option. I mean, all talk of the regime, overthrow, change of regime, gone, finito. Now it's all back to the nuclear option. That means even if you are forced to go in to save your face, you could try and do June.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further, and if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran. with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are live once again. Abhishek.
Yeah.
All exciting. We have
hour to go.
Yeah, hour to go. New guest joining us live.
And some
right
changes
now.
happening. GST numbers are out or not?
What was that? Good. You got some breaking news on that?
GST numbers are out.
What is the breaking
at about
news on that?
8% plus growth for year on year.
Okay.
1,92,000 crores plus of GST numbers for January.
Okay.
It was 1,82,000 crores in January last year. So the
Excellent.
GST 2.0 impact sustaining sort of in terms of buoyancy of numbers.
Are you determined on the program tonight to be the eternal optimist? Through the
We'd rather be, otherwise Trump is coming.
There was a Gabbar Singh aayega and now it is Trump aayega. Trump is the global Gabbar Singh. Welcome to Niranjan Hiranandani, our old friend from the Hiranandani group. Great group. What a pioneer. Man who's made a city. Great person there. Niranjan, hi, good morning. We've got Chandrajit Banerjee today. Okay, we got Uday Ved joining us. Uday, good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
And we have Ravi Narayanan. He's the Managing Director and CEO of SMFG India Credit. It's a great company and he's got a big mandate there. I'm going to come to him for a sense of the fiscal sector in just a while, Ravi. Okay, we have Abhijit Roy also of Berger Paints. My God, we got all sectors covered. Real estate, we got the finance sector, infrastructure. So I'd like to start with you, Niranjan. Niranjan, there are really no questions. What are your expectations this time? I really value your expectations. What can we do to offset global headwinds? How are you looking at things? Do you have any expectations or do you think this will be more a political speech on a Sunday?
I think there will be good expectations too, because look at what last year the finance minister did and the GST council did by rationalization of rates. And the collections have continued to grow. The latest collection figure, which was just given by you right now, 1,92,000 crores itself proves that by reducing the rates, it will be there. Today's, for instance, rates of corporate tax, highest rate is 25%. Individually, you, Arnab, will pay 38%. I think a time has come where everybody's high rate should come down to 25%. That will actually double the collections for the country. So I believe rationalization is possible because now the finance minister has proved to herself that reduction in rates actually improve the collection. So I think that's going to be a beginning which you will see somewhere or the other. Of course, freebies will go because we have elections through the year, across the years, so some freebies will always come. But that's political and it not to be done. But I think another push will take place in housing because we have seen a very problematic area, and that is affordable housing for the first time in my whole career has come down by 20%. And you can't have that. While
why is this happen? Why is housing units in large cities priced below 50 lakhs, I think you're talking about, have fallen from 54% in 2018 to 21% in 2025?
Yeah.
And you need a policy measure. Have you asked for one? You need a policy measure to stop the slide.
Yes, we have thought that just like you have done in the food sector, I think a housing sector and the affordable housing segment needs a push.
Yeah.
We have suggested several measures in terms of doing that. Simple ones are please permit various aspects of it, like you have done the Swami Fund, which is only one of them. We need 10 of them. Various banks and financial institutions are ready. The deduction of tax for home loans is 2 lakhs for the last 12 years. I think we need to increase it to 5 lakhs at least, which is inflation. I think we need to give rental housing a push. Because up till now, we had talked about ownership. The richest country in the world, the United States, 50% of population live in rental housing. If you look at the chawls in the good old days, the people who stayed in rental houses, even in chawls. Today, we are talking only about ownership of everybody having a house. I think we need to rethink that. And I believe we have suggested on those lines, and hopefully we will get some reaction in the housing segment. We don't know, of course, what she will agree to.
Absolutely. I'll also be looking, I'll be looking keenly at tier 2, tier 3 cities, because those are going to be the new growth corridors. What kind of capital expenditure, expressways, metros, industrial corridors will give the highest leverage to urbanization? Urbanization is critical. Time for urbanization is now. But time is limited. Time is limited. 10:05. The pressure's ticking. The time is ticking. Niranjan, I'm under stress right now, so I'm going to go straight to Uday. Uday, when we hand over to you, it's a straight question. Tell us, what should we expect from the tax perspective, if anything at all?
Certainly, I think the one thing I agree with Mr. Hirandani is about the housing interest deduction that needs to be increased significantly to give boost to the housing sector. It may be 3 lakhs, it may be 5 lakhs, or link it to the inflation, housing index inflation, so that you don't need to do it every year on year. So that's one part. Second, on the personal taxation, I think there was a lot of overall which happened last year up to 12 lakhs, and a lot has been spoken about it. But there is a demand for an optional or optional joint return of the family, because at lower level, this may be able to optimize up to a 12 lakhs by filing a joint return. More important, I think the highest slab of 38-39% is still very, very high compared to the developing countries. And it can be brought down, whether 25% that Mr. Hirandani said, I think is maybe a wish list, but certainly it can go
Uday, explain this joint return thing.
Surcharge getting increased.
Uday, explain this joint return thing. I saw everyone smiling a little bit around out here, thinking it's going to help them. How does it help anyone? Who does it classically help?
So today we have a concept of an individual tax return that we file. So
yes.
I have an income up to 12 lakhs, I don't pay the tax. If I have an income up to 24 lakhs, I pay 4 lakhs, or whatever that number could be.
Yes.
Now, if that joint return is filed for husband and wife together, which is prevalent in USA for decades, right? In that situation, say the earning member is a male, husband, wife is a housewife working. Both of them combined can go up to 24 lakhs, and you can optimize the tax rate. At 24 lakhs, the tax can be zero, because the 12 lakhs for each. You could also be able to optimize, go into a new regime versus the old regime.
This is great for young couples. This is great for young couples starting out, building careers.
Yes,
and it helps. This is very good.
It will increase the number of marriages also.
No, please.
Please understand.
Can I tell you one thing? Can all of you... Can I go back to that? My panelists who are in the HNI category are getting too excited. I think that's most unnecessary. Abhijit, coming to you, Ravi, and to you next. Abhijit, you had Berger Paints, which is one of the largest in your sector, and you've done a great job, growth story. By the way, we have Suchitra Ella, also Bharat Biotech, joining us, and Bharat Biotech is a contributor to the country, contributor to the net sovereign influence of our country, and what Bharat Biotech has done in her sector. Hats off to you for what you've done during, you proved your resilience and ability in 2021. 22, and you continue to do so. Coming to you, Suchitra ji, in a minute. But Abhijit, yeah, what would your sector and the broader infrastructure category be looking at?
So we just discussed, Arnab, and Niranjan also mentioned that we need possibly some sort of a tax break as far as the affordable housing, or in fact, the whole housing sector is concerned. If you look at the new tax regime, the interest on housing loan is not deductible from the tax. So first of all, I think that is something which should be brought in. In fact, that's a break which should be given, because that gives a nudge to consumers to actually invest on assets. It may not be that it is a genuine benefit which comes, because you can always tweak the taxation in a manner that this particular feature is brought in so that people start investing, because housing at the end of the day has a multiplier effect. You have cement, steel, paint, tiles, everything coming in as soon as housing comes into the picture. And not only that, if you know that construction workers, that includes infrastructure and housing, is the second largest employer in the country today after agriculture. So it makes eminent sense, because the budget typically looks at employment generation and also income generation, or increasing the income levels, both of which can be served by doing this. So I think it makes a lot of sense to look at this in the new tax regime. Can this be included, at least this one component which is there, which will drive? I know that they have simplified it and removed every type of exemption that was there earlier. But if this can be brought in, this one feature will give a lot of benefit, because this earlier days, people used to take this housing loan and invest in buying flats largely to avail of this benefit. Now this nudge, if it is given to people who can afford it, it will probably make this sector much more vibrant.
That's fantastic. Going across to get a sense from SMFG India Managing Director, sorry for getting that wrong initially, Ravi Narayanan. Ravi, good morning. Broad expectations, and I look upon your sector also as an infrastructure sector. I think it's a critical infrastructure layer, isn't it? And it can do a lot for MSMEs, for women. So you're at a broader level. I just want your expectations, like I've asked Niranjan earlier and Abhijit from Berger. Ravi.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Republic TV, for having me on your show. I think this is a very, very critical and important day for all of us in the economic cycle of a country. Why is it important? I think it's critical to understand that, when we say Viksit Bharat 2047 and a 5 trillion economy, what we need to get people doing is to participate in this growth. And when they participate, then there is contribution. And I think the rural sector, which 65% of our population resides, is where, Arnab, as you correctly said, this infrastructure layer has to be facilitated with. And as a representative of the non-bank finance company, SMFG India Credit is playing out there in this rural, what we call as Bharat. And I think what is important for us to understand is where is it that these contributions can come in, and what is it that they can participate in. The NBFC sector today, Arnab, is contributing in equal measure to the banks. And that is something which is very critical to understand, especially in the Bharat landscape. Because a bank is unable to reach out to these last miles because of the high OPEX and the way they are structured.
Yeah.
And the non-bank finance companies ensure that we are participating in various levels, right at the microfinance, then to the women entrepreneurs and the women borrowers, and then go on to look at the micro borrowers and the small and medium entrepreneurs. So I think when we look at all of this, the growth that is going to come in and what we expect from the budget today from the Honorable Finance Minister, Madam, is to look at trying to see how they can support in us as the grease of the economy to ensure this participation and contribution comes at 3 levels. One is in terms of enhancing liquidity support. Second is in terms of ensuring that there is taxation benefits, which all of us as players, and therefore get in more and more of the capital release back from what is with us as taxed to go out and create this kind of contribution and participation. And finally, what is lending all about? Lending is about getting the money back.
Yeah.
And getting the money back from the borrower helps in two levels. One is to ensure that the borrower gets a better credit score, and therefore this credit invisible population, which is there out in the Bharat landscape, is able to get formally inculcated in the behavior and discipline that is required to enhance their economic contribution.
Excellent.
And I think as NBFC sector, the budget expectation is please look at how you tax our provisions, how you can create refinance windows, just like the National Housing Board does. And then more importantly is to see how you can create infrastructures which are available for liquidity creation. I think that is where I would put my eggs.
I think that's, so formalize more of the economy through these processes, increase liquidity. Let me go across to Suchitra Ella. She's Vice President of CIA, Managing Director of Bharat Biotech International Limited. Suchitra ji, good morning. The biotech and health sectors are getting increasingly critical globally. Companies like yours, companies like Apollo, doing great work. But I was talking to Shobhana Kamaneni yesterday in Hyderabad, and I said, we need to include AI, technology, we need scale. What are your expectations so that we can be a global health innovation hub long term? And is there something specific you would be searching for in Nirmala ji's budget?
Hi Arnab, good morning to you.
Morning.
Couldn't meet you in Hyderabad yesterday.
We'll catch up.
Because of my National Council at Ahmedabad. We'll catch up soon. I mean, from the sectoral note, I would just like to reiterate that we as a nation have to go forward in multiple folds in terms of innovation. Because R&D becomes the backbone for us in everything that we do. The minute we stop in R&D, then innovation stops. Innovation then stops IPR. So when we don't have our own IP, then this becomes very difficult for us to compete on a global platform. The thrust that we need to have to build on for the next 20 years, for me, 2047, when I look at 2047, we need to just build trust on innovation, on creating IP and technology platforms and the wealth that we can bring back to the country through this, format. This is the only way that we in the life sciences sector can bring about effective new technologies, new platforms, new products to tackle our own public healthcare needs, but also then, take it across to the, globe wherever it is necessary, which we have very well demonstrated during the pandemic years, which we are all aware of. So the thrust and the push should come in terms of the 1 lakh crore budget that has been given earlier, which was announced by DST for the research and R&D projects to be taken up, is a great move in this direction. We just need public-private partnerships, academic research, private industry, and startups, the startup ecosystem that also can be brought in. And this is how I think government's facilitation and thrust and push in this area will take the country forward in bringing modern, cutting-edge technologies to us. And AI, you mentioned, Arnab, is very important. We will be deploying it in the manufacturing areas, because for us, manufacturing is in millions, if not in billions of doses over years. So AI and the tools that we can bring in to incorporate into our manufacturing and into our processes, in the bioprocesses, and also in the scale that we need to tackle the number of volumes, the batches and the volume that we need to generate. And also for clinical research, I'm sure AI will also help us in many areas in clinical research, but we would have to incorporate these new tools and techniques and technologies that are available in the rest of the world, but we need to bring it in and then, introduce it to our ecosystem in terms of the production, manufacturing, and the product development itself that we have to do. Because clinical research becomes a 5-10 year long process in many of these molecules and vaccines that we are talking about. The pandemic was an exception, but I'm sure AI will be incorporated and we will be, able to help scale production and clinical research, and thereby augmenting the quality of the work that we can bring forth to the table, and the quality of the molecules that we need to put across and take globally.
Well, this is amazing. We have people from different sectors: finance, infrastructure, associated industries like we have Berger, when we have health. I get a feeling, and then before I come to the panel here, I want to give one round to them. India's industry and corporate leaders across sectors are fairly confident. They're sure of themselves. I get a feeling they're very sure of themselves. Are they, Niranjan? People are you're part of so many industry forums. I see no amount of nervousness at all. With Trump is more a conversation point rather than a nervousness point. Am I right, Niranjan? Abhijit, wherever you are, all in Calcutta, Bombay, Bangalore, but am I right? Am I reading the room right?
Sort of.
Arnab, I want to add on to one point.
Yes.
We have to thank Trump that when the Prime Minister says, I want to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, he's helping us to become Atmanirbhar. So he's pushing us to be Atmanirbhar. He's pulling us to be Atmanirbhar.
Correct.
So we can only thank Mr. Trump. Thank you very much. So we don't trust you anymore.
Absolutely. You want to add to that, Abhijit? Abhijit has a big smile as well.
Yeah, I think, it pushes us also, this episode actually shows us that we have to stand on our own feet, do everything possible to actually not only be an efficient producer within the country, but also look at exports now, in a big way. In fact, all these FTAs that are coming up should help. And, Indian companies, because the market is very large in India, tend to be domestically focused, including us for that matter. But now we have started really looking at the export market as well. There are opportunities and we need to tap that.
Yeah, absolutely, Abhijit. And, on that, Ravi, I think we should look at Japan much closer. Japan, our friends, they are passive investors. They are never in a rush. They're never in, because the Japanese have long lives, you see. They can invest at the age of 60 and wait till they reach 120. But he represents a Japanese credit company.
Arnab, so if I can,
you want to comment on that, Ravi?
Yes, thank you. And as a Japanese, company and understanding the way they are, I would call it patience capital. And I think that is what is most important for all of us today. In fact, I must compliment Arnab, you and Republic TV for the launch of the vernacular AI today.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
With Sarvam,
That is what is helping us rediscover.
Thank you.
As Niranjan said, it is helping us rediscover Bharat. Because Bharat is not just one language, it's not just one state, it is not just one sentiment. And I think when we as non-bank companies go out into the rural hinterland and look at serving these people, language is something which gives us that power. And somebody like you and your platform is able to communicate to all these crores of people out in that set of centers. It makes a huge difference in terms of how finance can be understood. Financial inclusion is about growth in the mindset. Financial inclusion is about ensuring, formalizing the way that we engage with what is possible. And not keep looking back. So I think,
thank you, Ravi.
It makes a huge difference.
No, we'll do it, Ravi. And I'm so excited. I'm just so happy with Sarvam for partnering with us. We take this across. And this is absolutely wonderful. Our panel wants to come in out here. We have a great panel, by the way. They want to comment on a lot of things which you've said. Subhrangshu's been patient, and I don't know where Sushil went. Kishore, and then Lokesh.
One point. First,
keep the windows going. Kishore.
Kishore, question.
Question. You had a question.
I have a question.
Question.
You see, capex at about 15 lakh crores. Inflation absolutely low at 1.87. Tight fiscal deficit means cheaper capital. You're looking at monetary policy push with Reserve Bank giving you an out-of-turn rate cut. Where are the animal spirits? You're just asking, please give this, dil maage more, but where is the contribution coming in from the corporate sector?
No, Abhishek, let me give you a clear answer on that. See, you need to understand that if the aggregate consumption has to go up, you need to have the manufacturing.
Now you're putting the onus on the consumer.
Your aggregate consumption, and so that you can invest in real estate in Dubai. It doesn't work both ways. It doesn't work both ways. You know the amount of real estate investment in Dubai going on? Invest in India. Invest in Hiranandani in India. Why do you want to invest in Dubai?
Arnab, you said we are HNA. First of all, let me tell you, I am a client of Mr. Ravi and I have borrowed from him and his interest email has come now. So thank you for the great work he is doing. So, but remember one thing, okay? So if this country has to go up in terms of aggregate consumption, manufacture is critical because it has got multiplier effect. Point number one. Point number two, you need capital at low cost for entrepreneurship. And that is not easily available. Today we are in a digital world in India where to get a 1 crore loan against a mutual fund, it takes less than 12 minutes. That's the kind of digital world we are in.
I'm just saying one thing, just one point. You see, don't look at the rosy picture always. If there is a disruption in your capital flow, think of the consequent impact on the rupee. This is a world of geopolitical turbulence. I am saying today, and Rhythm Desai is joining us on screen. Hi, Rhythm. Rhythm, audio up, please.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Rhythm Desai is with us today. He's Managing Director of Morgan Stanley. He reads my mind. So he knew when I was asking the question, he had to appear. So he's the Aladdin with the genie. He just appeared. He knew I would ask this question. Rhythm, my question was that I'm very concerned about geopolitical turbulence this year. Because we need to prepare, over-prepare and hedge ourselves. Any scenario can emerge. Every day we look at scenarios where political groups are not constant, alliances are not constant, and therefore we need to prepare ourselves a lot. We were talking about disruption in capital flows. Let's look at the worst case scenario, what can go wrong? And how can we prepare for that worst case scenario? What could that be? And what would we look at in the budget? Should we expect anything at all?
See, Arnab, I think we must understand this capital outflow that everybody is worried about. A large portion of the change that has come in the last 12 months is surprisingly Indian companies investing abroad. That number has gone from 15 billion to 35 billion. It's a $20 billion delta. It cannot be a bad thing because for many years I've been hearing that Indian companies just don't have enough investments outside India and they don't have enough geographical diversification. Indian companies are now setting up factories, they're setting up marketing networks, they're acquiring businesses. So this is a good thing. Of course, there is a geopolitical challenge, no doubt about it, but it is a temporary thing. The secular story is that our gross FDI is at all-time highs. It's probably going to close this financial year at about 90 billion. I reckon this number will cross the 3-digit mark next year. We're gaining share in global FDI and our companies are investing abroad. I think it's a very sweet position. So I'm not unduly worried. There is a tactical response that you can give to this. And frankly, that's a tactical response. The strategic response is already in place. And, people talk about leverage. So, they continuously harp about China has leverage because it has rare earth. India has the most important leverage on this planet, which is it's got a consumer market. And ultimately, you need to sell the stuff that you produce. And India is the place that people are going to do it. So we have enough leverage, which is why we can sit on the sidelines and not worry about a trade deal. So I think we're in a very good position. I don't think we should tactically respond to this. But yeah, if there is a tactical response, it's okay. Nothing lost. But the strategic position, I think, is all fine.
Yes, please, Pranav.
In fact, you've been a forever optimist kind of a person. The worst case scenario you've predicted is a 95,000 for Sensex. The last time we were talking, you said that the valuations are not really stretched, and you, I think, seem to be disagreeing with everybody who says that Indian valuations are in fact stretched. We really want to see when and where is this market going to go from here to where by 2026 end?
So, Pranav, the thing that's been ailing Indian equities is the lack of growth. And mind you, it has, the actions that the government and the central bank have taken over the past 8-9 months are quite unprecedented. Just add that up. The central bank has put nearly $170 billion of liquidity, and we're still counting that. It's cut interest rates by 125 basis points. And the government has given us a stimulus of 2.5 lakh crores. This is unprecedented. There was no crisis in the country. It was a plain vanilla slowdown. The response has been very sharp. So growth is going to turn. So I am fairly confident that equities will do well this year. The period of consolidation and correction is behind us. And in fact, the funny thing is we are entering the budget with very low expectations. So the finance minister has a lot of ability to surprise today to the upside.
Now, I have a question here about the dependence on the dollar. I want to, because you are here right now, Rhythm, and PK is also there. I think the America, if it goes down, we have visuals of the Prime Minister, we can carry those. As we are looking at, you see, a lot of things are playing out in the Prime Minister's mind today. A lot of things happen in the government we don't know about. One of the great concerns is how do you handle America? America is like a giant that is hallucinating, and it is going to trip over, and this giant is going to fall, and it's going to fall deep in the snow, and it will cause a blizzard, and it will be snowed over. I have no problems what happens to the giant, and if the giant dies under the snow. But the problem is with $39 trillion, it stands for a large amount of about 70%, 65-70% of global trade, which means the whole world will fall with it. Whole world will fall with it. And this man knows he's a gigantic bully. He knows the risk is circular. When he goes around waving his finger in Davos, he is basically telling you, and look at the way he reacts every time there is anything about a proposed alternative system, BRICS. He says it's going to kill the dollar, I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to gun you down, because he knows PK. But my point is, how long do we cow down? I'm not happy with the American president saying today that India will buy Venezuelan oil. I said, if we have to do a ceasefire, we'll announce it. Who is Trump? If we have to buy Venezuelan oil, we will buy it. The point is that we did a smart thing with the Russians. We did the SRVA, the special rupee Vostro account, but that was bilateral. Now we need to think of ways. We need to think of, Uday Kotak has been saying this. Okay, de-dollarization, if we push it, because we are dealing with a bully, if you think you'll talk of de-dollarization and he will send a CIA squad to assassinate you, all this fear must go away right now. America is nobody's friend. PK, don't hedge.
They used to say that, speak softly and carry a big stick.
Are gone.
Trump speaks loudly and carries a small stick. So, the important thing is that Trump always chickens out. If the stock market starts collapsing...
Tell me, if a global demand for dollar assets goes down, US borrowing costs rise, what happens? No. How do you...
De-dollarization, in my view, de-dollarization is not going to happen because the alternative does not exist. Who is the alternative?
We have to create an alternative for it to exist.
The rupee is not convertible. The renminbi is not convertible. So you don't have... The alternative is the euro. And look at the growth of the Eurozone. Eurozone is a slow-growing part of the world economy. You yourself pointed to Germany growing 1%. So there is no real alternative. Now, I agree with Ridham Desai on one point, which is that we are about to see a turnaround in earnings growth. If you look at corporate tax revenue coming to the government, in calendar year 26, it was up 15.5% year on year. 15.5% growth in corporate tax revenue. The previous year, corporate tax revenue growth was about 3 or 4%. So we already, now you see, it hasn't yet been reflected in EPS growth, but I'm pretty sure it will be reflected in, you see, now there's a difference between the corporates as represented in the stock market.
You're a risk-averse guy. I gave you a fishing rod and you ran away with it instead of catching fish. You're a risk-averse guy, PK.
De-dollarization is not happening.
Not happening.
You can keep talking about de-dollarization till the cows come home, but
I don't know. I'm not an economist.
Who is the alternative to the dollar?
Rhythm is saying something. Rhythm?
Yeah. So I'll say two things. The narrative on the US, I think, is a mixed one. It is not a one-way street. So I'll encourage everybody out here to read an article that has been written by the Undersecretary or actually a speech that the Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs, Jacob Hellberg, gave yesterday. Very interesting speech. This is in the context of AI. And there is a certain line in that, which is that the AI race is a fundamental structure over architecture. We're rapidly expanding this coalition of capable partners. We're welcoming Qatar and UAE to the partnership 2 weeks ago, and next month, India is joining this partnership. Do not underestimate how important we are on this. The trade deal is a tactical thing. The fundamental structure of geopolitics is India is not dispensable. And I think our political leadership knows that, and they're playing this extremely well. So I'm not worried about this. Now, as far as de-dollarization is concerned, that's a hard one to predict. But I'll give you the framework to think about this. A reserve currency comes from the ability and desire to own it. So you need to have the desire to own it, and then you need the ability to own it. So when we say that a currency is not convertible, it is that we don't have ability to own it. And India actually is in that bucket. So there's a lot of desire to own Indian assets. Foreigners would love to own Indian bonds, Indian equities, even Indian property, but their ability to own this is rather limited. And that is a policy choice that we are making, which is we don't let them freely buy these things.
Yeah.
The day we arrive to the scene and let them freely buy it and we shed these fears, India will become the alternative. So I don't know whether that's happening in my lifetime, but I think you should watch this space.
You see, it's a good cue for me to ask this question from Rhythm. In different words, Rhythm, the economic survey says almost the same thing. It says that the challenge is to sustain exports with a strong rupee, which seems not to be happening as of now. And you said whether it's going to happen in our lifetime, this budget is going to be quarter on quarter. But it's not quarter as we understand it, it's quarter century to the next quarter century. So in a way, I think we're going to get to see the contours of what you are talking about.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, actually, the point on exports, I think also I should elaborate here. And I think Arnab made the point on capital flows, and I want to repeat this. See, it is extremely important that we gain share in global exports and gain share in capital flows. Why? Why? Because that improves our terms of trade. In simple terms, poor people cannot become rich by trading with each other. Poor people need to trade with rich people to become rich. That's what the world did 300 years ago. They traded with a rich India and became rich. Now we have to reverse that cycle. So let us not underestimate how important it is for us to grow our trade and grow our capital flows, because that is the way we become rich as a country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good point.
I have joining us right now a couple of our guests. I just need to introduce them. This is going great. I just want to tell you that viewers, once again, if you're watching this broadcast this evening, one of the things we are most excited about is that in 20 minutes from now, and Varun will like this, Varun is the founder of Acko. Acko is a great company. Varun proves that you can start a company in an area which is, some say, over-regulated, gives an unfair advantage to others, and you can still break through. I mean, I think what Acko has achieved here, he's up against all the big guys, Subhranshu, and he does more than car insurance, he does health, and he's fought through, so he represents the real Indian startup story. Varun, great to have you with us. Good morning. And I can't but show off that Sarvam AI, along with Republic, will be doing a live AI translation into Kannada and Hindi this morning, making Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech reach an additional 400 million viewers of Republic this morning will be watching it in Hindi and Kannada with her intonation, her voice, her style. And this is the first ever AI collaboration of this scale, live translations that are happening this evening. Also like to welcome Narayan Sethuraman, co-chairman of the CI Trade Policy Council and managing director of Sanmar Engineering. Hi, Narayan, coming to you in a bit. Broad expectations, Varun, from you. You fought regulation, you worked with regulators. You must be candid. Because, by the way, can I tell you one thing? That's when you go out there and you buy a car, you have insurance that is literally forced down your throat by companies. And so it's not easy. to break through. And what Varun does is say that, give people a choice. Give people a choice to choose what they want. Don't force them to take someone else's insurance just because the dealer is pushing that. Anyway, that's on another note. Your thoughts today, Varun? Any special expectations you have?
I think I'll speak from the vantage point of probably the resilience of the Indian household, because that's what insurance is all about. Arnab, you spoke about insurance being bundled in India in ways that's probably not very useful for consumers. So I think there's a little bit of work both the government and the insurance regulatory framework need to do. I think I also wanted to point out on the new tax regime and the old tax regime and the way we've gone about it. I think while the new tax regime for Indian households is great, it's much simpler, and hopefully over a period of time we'll see a lot less people in the old regime. One of the fears that I have, and I would say this, that I don't have a solution, but one of the fears that I have is we've treated tax saving instruments in the old regime both on savings and resilience or protection in the same bucket. So just to give you a sense, Section 80C would allow for PPF, ELSS, life insurance, health insurance. You had a Section 80D. All the sections are gone, which is great, the simplified tax regime. But India continues to have one of the largest protection gaps. And we don't have a way of getting Indians to buy health insurance or term insurance. I'm not saying they should get tax breaks, but we have treated savings and resilience in the same bucket as far as tax deductions are concerned or tax treatment is concerned. Medical inflation in India is one of the highest in the world right now. And I think one of the macro factors for India to look at as we move along and try to become a developed nation by 2047 is how many of the households have resilience. And that's one of the things that worries me personally. Indians don't fall into poverty because of less savings. I think catastrophic risks of households are medical risks and probably the demise of a breadwinner. And I don't think we are fairly protected. And it's going to take us time. It's one of the biggest macro shocks I think we need to absorb with this high medical inflation and lots of single breadwinners. So those are areas that I think that we need answers on. So expectations from me for this budget are maybe broadly two. How do we continue to sort of focus on the protection gap? And second, as far as macro policies are concerned, I'd just say that in my personal opinion, we've seen a lot of zigzag, not just in insurance, in bunch of policies. I'm not saying they're all bad, but predictability is something that we would all love.
Well, that's Varun, you've laid it out there quite strong. You have a question to ask him?
Just the cue I was looking for. He said predictability.
Varun.
Yeah, I mean, I can take this to rhythm maybe. Raghuram Rajan says these are dangerous times for India. I mean, budget at the end of it is a political document in the sense that it talks about allocations and, it has a certain political basis to it. Why is someone like Raghuram Rajan, of course, we know his political leanings.
You take him seriously?
Dangerous time for India.
You still take him seriously?
I mean,
that's a very good question.
He's provoking.
No, we have better Ram.
Well, Raghuram Rajan pretty much wrote off the Indian economy in a pre-election interview with Rahul Gandhi, who he considers to be the prophet of the next economic revolution in the country. So I'll step in on that and say we don't take Raghuram Rajan seriously. But I have to go to Narayan. Narayan, from CII perspective, from manufacturing perspective, from your engineering perspective, right? This is a great time to just put expectations so that we can look at it after the budget and see what really happened. Your expectations, Narayan Sethuraman, please. Narayan.
Yeah, morning, Arnab.
Louder, please.
We just had the mother of all trade deals. We signed earlier this week, and so I'm an eternal optimist, looking forward to the mother of all budgets today from a manufacturing, supply chain resiliency, and exports perspective. Definitely with India's merchandise trade deficit at $280 billion, there is an urgent need to have manufacturing expand both as a percentage of GDP and to reduce this deficit. And this can be done both by promoting domestic investment as well as by expanding exports. Both are required. So we are looking forward to some big bang announcements and looking at promoting, making it easier for large-scale investments to come into the country as well as by domestic large business houses. Also supporting the MSME sector, whether it's by specific initiatives like extension of the interest equalization scheme or by giving them some patient capital. I think India does need patient capital for the next few years as we expand the manufacturing. So these are some of the headline and macro level expectations of CII from the budget from a manufacturing and exports perspective. Also looking at import risk mitigation, supply chain resiliency, and specific policy initiatives for areas like critical minerals, etc.
Well, we'll do the deep dive on numbers because they will give us a clear picture. I've just been told by a commercial team we have a 2-minute break to take before the budget starts. And since we don't live on love and...
100,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube?
We have 100,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube. It's a record number. A lot of people tuning in across the world on this.
That's a huge thing.
I think we're going to break records with the AI translation on Republic Bharat today. So I'll take a 2-minute break. I want to thank... our panel for staying on for 2 minutes. Varun, just stay on 2 minutes because I want all of you there with me only till 1 to 11. So please stay with me for 15 more minutes to the panel. You're taking a roundup back in 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA.
We are now in the 13-minute run-up to the budget, 12-minute run-up. Subhrangshu, we'll take 30 seconds each. Subhrangshu.
No, I just want to come back to the worst-case scenario, Arnab. I think there is some
fog of self-satisfaction that we think the short term will extrapolate into the very long term. What could go wrong, you asked me earlier. I think the monsoons are always a sword over our head. Consumer price inflation. We've always had a balance of payments crisis. We've always been precarious on that front. Russian oil has gone out of the window for all intents and purposes. That's 1/3 of our import basket. So therefore, in this scenario, we need more foreign capital. Forget de-dollarization. We need more dollars in. And whatever it takes needs to be done. That's the primary expectation from this budget.
Right. Sushil.
Long-term capital gains, while nobody is expecting will go down, I seriously expect it has to come down, trim down. Capital markets have punished themselves very hard. Foreigners have sold out India. This is the perfect time for the finance minister to get soft because people have hardly got any capital gains. Secondly, this might sound like a maverick expectation. I'm not expecting, but I'm getting ready for it. Last year, she raised the minimum tax slab to 12 lakhs.
No, she won't touch it.
I think this year, the maximum tax slab of 30% instead of starting at 24 lakhs should move minimum to 30 lakhs. The Laffer curve in economics are completely ignored. Tax compliance is so costly in India, and I think the trend government has begun last year. Tax compliance will be.
I don't think the government is so experimental, but what do you think, PK? I wouldn't mind, but let's see.
No, we keep talking about private investment not responding, and this has been a story for 15, 18 years. So we really need more incentives, I think, for the private investment to really start picking up. Create an environment where private investment gains some strength. So that's one aspect. The other aspect, I think, is that for the equity markets, capital gains is an area that needs addressing. Short term, we have a very very unattractive capital gains tax regime compared to the rest of Asia. So we need to address that as soon as possible, and this is as good a time as any. Now, Part B, I think, is going to focus on long-term stories, and the long-term story, I think, is addressing the issue of private investment spending, as well as bringing back the NRIs of the past need to become the Indians of the future. So that, I think, is going to receive focus this year, especially because we have an environment where immigration is a no-no, not only in the US, but also in most of Europe. So in that environment, attracting back the Indians who would have otherwise gone overseas is,
so I think, how do we make India a more attractive investment destination? Lokesh.
We are lagging critical infrastructure. We are talking a lot about AI, but what about semiconductors? We don't even have foundries with respect to semiconductors. In fact, the entire world is dependent upon TSMC to get all the critical infrastructure. And for that, we need a good rupee. Today, the situation, the condition of rupee is not conducive towards critical investments. We are still dependent upon imports from abroad for these critical infrastructure. That is going to rake up the cost of private capital formation. So right now, what we look forward is fiscal consolidation, because the greater the fiscal consolidation is, the better is going to be the rupee vis-a-vis dollar, the more qualitative is going to be the investment.
Yeah. Kishore?
Yeah. See, two things. I always believe that India has progressed when we moved from UPA to UPI. I'm very, very clear about that. Having said that, I don't expect any firecrackers today. I don't expect the LTCG is going to be cut. I believe that no bad news is amazingly good news. And in the English dictionary, you have to add the word tantrums. And with this tantrums that's going around in the world, I think if we can maintain our sanity and ensure that we don't be too aggressive, that's good enough.
Yeah.
Any bad news will trigger the market downward, and with the metal crashing, remember one thing, that the sentiment is not hugely positive. 15 months on a trot, we are on a single-digit growth as far as the markets is concerned. So if you have to effectively look at Viksit Bharat for the next 25 years, boost capital cost to go down for manufacturing to go up, because that has a cascading impact.
Let's be clear, there is no pressure on the Modi government anywhere at this time. So this is all, the election is over. Let's look at the overall political situation also, rhythm. Election is behind us, the government is stable, not reacting has become our strategy, stability is necessary. So in this case, what would your prognosis be? Rhythm, back to you once again.
Arnab, I think you made a good point. I don't think there's room to cut taxes. In fact, I think there is actually an urgent need to lift our defense spending.
Yes, I completely second that. Absolutely, double it.
So 1.9% of GDP, that number needs to go to 3.5 before the term of this government is over. So you need to collect revenues because we have to protect our borders and airspace. So I think people who are looking for incentives, I think are going to be very disappointed because we have other priorities. Yes, of course, the investment environment needs to be boosted, but Arnab, a lot of that work has to now happen at the state level.
Yeah.
States need to boost rural infrastructure. They need to cut electricity cost. I'm actually surprised that what Revant Reddy has done in Telangana is not being copied. He's taken out all the free power consumers from his distribution companies, subsumed it into his budget, and electricity tariffs in Telangana are about to fall. That will be enough to rev up the manufacturing sector. So, ultimately, when a foreign company invests in India, it has to deal with the state. It doesn't deal with the center. So, a lot of this reform now has to happen at the state level. In fact, I also think that states need to work up on the farm sector because we need to give better terms of trade to the farmers, boost contract farming, dismantle the archaic agricultural pricing mechanisms that are in place. So a lot of this state reform has to happen. I don't think more incentives are needed. Yes. I think a lot has already been done on that front. Let's focus on defense. Let's focus on consolidating the fiscal deficit. And in my view, that will be a good budget if that happens.
Okay, I have 6 minutes to go. I'd like to go across once to Varun and once to Ravi. And by that time, we'll be ready to cut. So to you, Ravi, first, and then I'll end with Varun on this. Ravi, big picture only now, not sectorally, right? As a member of India's corporate world, your broad thoughts as we head to the 5-minute window.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnab. First of all, I think the points that Rhythm has made, I'll echo it in terms of looking at the structural element. The architecture now has to be brought down at the federal level. Away from the union side. And for that to happen, I think I can only quote from Upanishad, which says, Akashat patitam toyam yatha gacchati sagaram, which means as the water falls from the skies, the water does eventually find its way to the logical conclusion, which is the sea. And I think that is what exactly the structural elements should be architectured for, to ensure that whatever be the tantrums that Suresh said, those tantrums are inbuilt in the structural reforms that we are trying to build. I guess the Honorable Finance Minister is going to address some of these elements. As you also correctly, Arnab, said, that in terms of the political environment and what is the exigent situations do not exist. And therefore, there is enough and more comfort in ensuring that we are taking the rainfall to its logical conclusion, which is to the ocean, and let it find its own way. After all, we are a land of monsoons. Thank you, Arnab.
Well, that says very well. You used fluid mechanics and Pascal's law. Water finds its own level. Water finds its own level, but that doesn't always happen, does it? If that were the case, we wouldn't have Trump becoming the global outlaw. Varun, your thoughts, please. 4 minutes into the speech. 4 minutes left. Broad thoughts, Varun. You worked so hard for the startup sector, particularly. If you'd like to say something.
Yeah, for the it's a sort of volatile global environment. I think we've all spoken about it, and one of the things from the startup vantage point is we have largely sort of relied on as the startup community relied on foreign investment. So as Indian private capital hasn't opened up as much to entrepreneurial ambition, so to speak. And a lot of the big bets and the big companies and all the listings that you see now have all been propped by foreign capital. At least what we see, whether it's in the public markets and the private markets, that foreign capital seems to have a little bit of a, not only because of a depreciating rupee, apart from that, the tax laws continue to keep that foreign capital a little hesitant, is what I would say. So my expectations, at least, is I don't think it's a specific budget expectation. I think it's about trust in tax continuity, which will be built, I think, a little over years, that we won't have we won't have zigzag, sort of U-turns in some taxation, which kind of spook investors. My personal belief always has been, whether it's private Indian capital or, as personally I try to allocate capital into new businesses, it's not that we can't handle the taxes. It's what we can't handle is the unpredictability of what might happen. And with the country, like the panel just said, the country needing more dollars, getting in FI capital both into the public markets and spurring up investment back into AI technology, which will again, I believe, partly be spurred by foreign capital into India. We need to make it attractive for them. And at least that's my expectation from the budget, and overall our policy continuity, which keeps capital, which welcomes capital, which does not erode confidence. On and off.
Okay, we're 1 minute 50 seconds away. 10 seconds to you, Subhranshu. You wanted to step in.
What Republic has been doing uniquely is about gross domestic happiness. It's not about the headlines today and tomorrow, but what's going to happen to families 6 months from now. Jobs, skills, health, clean water. These are things we should pay attention to during the budget as well.
Absolutely. And throughout the year, Abhishek, we need hard, verifiable macroeconomic facts at the end of the day. That's what you're going to look at. So what are your thoughts now?
I would say, is it going to be an Ops Sindoor 2.0 budget? Is it going to be focusing on defense for that reason?
Well, I think
is it going to be about the tariff wars and the wherewithal to handle that?
Yes.
In terms of more FTAs, for example? Is it going to be a GST 3.0 budget? Is it going to be essentially a geo-strategy budget that positions India for the next decade?
I think you put together all the points there. I was so happy at what Rhythm said about defense out there, because I think that is so much required and someone needs to say it. It's been looked as a sin expenditure. We need to stop doing that. Pranav.
And given that Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation now, it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be an allocation towards that specifically as an ongoing process within the defense budget. So yes, and defense manufacturing is an important base. So the manufacturing boost can also come via the Make in India in defense.
Well, we're going to have Bharat Forge and, joining us, Amit Kalyani and all after the budget. So that'll be very interesting to see how they look at it. Well, from my side, as I'm heading in, I've first had a singular pleasure having some of the best panelists today. 10 seconds we're stepping in. Productive, I would look at productive investment, spending on defense, a lot more spending on defense, and something to put more money in the hands of the middle class, and let's be bold.
ATC has not changed for more than a decade now.
Yeah. ATC has not changed but a little bit of caution on the subsidy spending. This overexcited subsidy spending. I really cannot wait for one nation, one poll. Because the day that happens, the freebies will at least reduce. I hope so. So I think this is going to be a very, very interesting budget. It's going to be a budget which is going to be happening just before the elections in 5 states, and there we are. Proceedings have started. We are cutting it. They've started protests already.
Item number 1. माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी. Item number 1.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through challenge route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dholavira, Rakhi-Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. A credit-linked subsidy program. B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises. C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains. And D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. All of them will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts, we will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. And northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, The government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities, depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of 1st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for 2 categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set-off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set-off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted, long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
Item number 3, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनः स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Abhishek, let's quickly start our analysis of this. No big headlines.
Yeah.
No major headlines in this budget.
Yeah.
Two takeaways you were saying was on the decriminalization of some ongoing income tax cases. Can you explain what really Nirmala Sitharaman has said there?
Well, so if we go into detail of the proposals that the finance minister has made, basically what she's saying is that if there are already cases going on, you can pay penalties and get out instead of jail term. The jail term in some cases has been reduced to 2 years from 7 years, etc. That's one decriminalization clause. I'll go into detail of that in a bit. But apart from that, Arnab, what I could see is that there is a push for data centers. Alternative energy sector gets a bit of a push there in terms of the components getting customs duties relief, etc. The fiscal deficit is in control. On the flip side, if you look at it, market borrowings, I thought she exceeded market expectations. That might be spooking the markets a bit, and you might see more of it happening going forward. Pranav, if you can take it up from there and get your first understanding of
on tax collected at source, there are slight leeway that have been given on
on
TDS and TCS of tax both. Collected and source for certain global categories, right? Okay, Pranav, what are the headlines?
Well, I think initially she started on a very good note as far as manufacturing is concerned. 6 areas of intervention. Pharma sector has got a lot, in fact. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 sectors, rejuvenating legacy industrial sector, creating of champion MSMEs were some of the headlines. What the markets, the PSU banks are certainly down, just about 4.5% down. That's what is in fact leading the crash in the markets right now. If you look sectorally at Nifty and Sensex.
Is that a crash? You'd call it?
I mean, it's not a crash. The market has fallen sharply. Yeah. Nifty is about 800 points down, and PSU banks are 4.5% down. I mean, if that could be one of the reasons. STT has in fact been raised. That is, the security transaction tax has been raised to 0.05% as against 0.02%. So that's going to be affecting futures. That is FNO sector.
Why have they done that?
Well, we need to actually. I mean,
the reason could be to stop speculation. Basically, yes.
That's another tightening that the regulators have been doing in the FNO sectors, because over the past about a year or so, traders have been, in fact, post-COVID, traders have been looking at it as a strategy to.
So the markets could be reacting to STT more than the bond issue, right?
Could that be?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's less to the STT because STT is only going to impact the traders, and that too specifically F&O. But the bond issue will be the bigger one. But PSU is something which is actually leading the crash now, and 4.5% down. So all the public sector banks is down. But overall, as I said, there is no LTCG impact, no increase in personal tax impact. It is a tepid budget. No bad news per se, I think, is still good news. These are quite initial reactions. It will change.
Sushil Kedia is keeping silent. Sushil Kedia?
This speech has left me speechless.
Yeah.
So idea is, I'm really wondering what am I doing working on a Sunday when only these things had to be announced. I think, it's the most mechanical budget that I've heard in my grown-up years, and more like, a maintenance political statement. I thought, everybody's going to work on a Sunday, government will do something special. So that's kind of shocking. This fall in PSU banks is not something we did not expect. They were really overbought on a wrong expectation that government will increase FDI in them. So metals and PSU banks is what We have advised our investors to go short on as any rises come. Rest of the market is actually already sold out so much that I don't want to participate in this knee-jerk reaction. And maybe in a day or two, sentiments can start reviving back on some other news. But net, this budget has given nothing for the investors.
What about the capex expenditure, which was being set at 12.2 lakh crore? Abhishek, how does that compare? What is that up from?
It's, I think, to borrow from Sushil Kedia, it's like mechanical, just not even about 5-6%. That's not much. Also, I was surprised that the finance
What is
minister,
the defense allocation like?
Yeah, I mean, I was coming to that. So I was a little surprised that the finance minister really did not go into the ministry-wise allocations, not just for defense, for any ministry. I think she has not given the bifurcation.
Why is that?
I'm surprised. As I said, I don't know.
Would you not expect a post-Sindoor budget
There's nothing
to have
on
a greater focus on the
she
defense?
Could have, being from the state, she could have spoken something on Tamil Nadu. She has not. Maybe some fishermen of Tamil Nadu got some fish catch, but nothing more.
And certain rare earth related exemptions.
Yeah, corridor.
The rare earth, I mean, she spoke about the scheme for rare earth, permanent magnets, the support of a mineral-rich states, Odisha, Kerala, Andhra, Tamil Nadu.
Almost like she was cautious to a default that she shouldn't be making any major announcement, I thought, because she was just sort of skirting through the political issues, and she was not picking up. For example,
you think this indicates a lot of policy making happens outside of the budget these days? That this also reflects the thinking that we are dealing with global uncertainties. There is no need to go deep into policy announcements. She says, I have 3 kartavyas: sustain economic growth, fulfill aspirations of people, and ensure sabka saath, sabka vikas. Very broad, thematic perspective.
Specific.
Yeah, that itself is deliberate, I think.
Sir,
I want to make a point here that itself is intent. Maybe we are not reading that there.
And
the attempt to play down expectations, to not make any major announcement, to keep things under stealth, to just talk about semiconductor mission in a very general way, rather than go very deep into it. I think I get a sense the government's fiscal engine is going to operate by stealth rather than by big headlines. The days of big headline budgets are probably over.
But if the borrowings are going to overshoot like they have done today, then even the fisc does not seem like shielded. The safe harbor that she spoke about for many schemes. I mean, also if you look at it, Lokesh, I thought that there is a major import push. I mean, the kind of...
look at Biopharma Shakti. She's spoken about a 5-year allocation of 10,000 crores. Literally amounts to nothing, huh?
Right from the beginning, I told you fiscal consolidation is going to be the major objective of the government. That is what the budget is all about.
But is it the case? Because if the kind of import push that you can see with the relief in custom duties for so many sectors, then there is going to be consequences for your balance of trade situation also.
It's already Atmanirbhar Bharat budget.
$20 billion of goods trade deficit.
See, what I see is AI semiconductors are going to define all production functions in time to come. And the government is doing the right thing by emphasizing upon semiconductor 2.0, thereby reducing the custom duties on imports of certain critical component parts, because now we see a lot of data centers coming up. And as soon as all this critical infrastructure sets in, we shall have a new form of industrial manufacturing, growth and all ticking up. And moreover, if you see, previous budget also, the government emphasized upon textile and leather products, toy making industry. Yeah. And it is in continuum to that. We have seen fishermen, that is the seafood, that is leather goods, textile. They are being insulated from the aftershocks of the external sector. And the government is maintaining the momentum so that employment doesn't get compromised with its fiscal policies, with its fiscal consolidation.
So let's get early reactions in from Subhranshu as well, and then we'll go slowly into the details. Subhranshu.
I think there was an informed body of opinion that this is going to be a somewhat tentative and a maintenance budget, and I think that's what's played out. And the reasons are, I think, closest to what you were articulating earlier, which is that we are living in very volatile and uncertain times. There are lots of executive decisions that can sit outside during the course of a year, tactically responding to stimulus as it happens, rather than locking it into a budget. But I do think on the positive side, and the full extent of it is not known. There is a big push for FDI in data centers. There is a tax exemption, a safe harbor, and a tax holiday that has been announced. To what extent and what quantum is not fully known at this point in time. Capex is maintenance, 12.2 lakh crores, up from 11.2 lakh crores. Semiconductors at 40,000 crores and biopharma at 10,000 crores were the other big ticket pieces. But Arnab, I think on the spurring of investment and putting more discretionary income in the pockets of consumers, there was an opportunity which I think has been let go. In such times, even dirty water can put out a fire. So I think, there was an opportunity, there was a window, but for whatever reasons, in their wisdom, they've decided to let it be a maintenance and go forward as is budget by and large.
I think it's deliberate. I think very much we must acknowledge one thing, that there is an attempt not to speak about the global situation. How many references were there to the global situation? Not
Just
even
one. I think
not even one. Was there one?
Just one at the
Was there
beginning.
one? It was almost as if that does not exist.
That
It was
is an
almost
adverse
as if,
situation.
So we are basically separating our trade policy from the budget. We do not have to speak about the impact of the trade policy on the budget, and that itself is the decision, I'm telling you. Abhishek, right now, I think the focus of the Modi government is to escape any form of scrutiny more than is necessary. Not to reveal has become a strategy, and therefore whatever happens will be probably done behind the curtains rather than in the full glare of the TV cameras on a Sunday. I think the government would be very happy with less media attention on the budget also.
Yeah.
The way I think things are going, that they don't want to talk about global circumstances. They talk about their domestic policy. They do the basic minimum announcements. One girl hostel in every district, duty-free imports, carbon capture utilization, operationalized waterways over 5 years. Every announcement that is significant is a 5-year announcement. Have you noticed?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a policy direction thing rather than what we are going to do thing. And that itself is the headline you should draw. The government has downplayed the budget this year.
Yes.
The government has deliberately downplayed the budget this year because of the uncertainties in which we live. Do you agree with that, Kishore?
Yeah.
We are not reading the headline. It's a deliberate downplaying of anything more than broad intent in the budget this year compared to last year's, which is a response to the global situation in which we are.
And this is a pro-infra budget. If you look at most of the things are very long-term and infra-oriented, whether it is waterways. And one thing you need to understand, for cloud computing from India, that's a tax holiday been given. That is one big push. I don't know whether the impact will be immediate. In the short term, you don't see any SOP, whether it is personal income tax, whether it's corporate tax, whether it's anything that will increase consumption. There is no. So as expected, tepid budget, but no bad news is still good news.
It's a stability budget, would you call it? It's a stability budget. Your government capex is crossing 12 lakh crores in FY27. So that continues, but the problem is that's not going to be noticed because that was very much in track with what was anyway happening.
Yeah, because from 2 lakh in the last 10 years, we have moved to about 11 per 12 lakh crores. So that's a classic increase, but steadily the focus has been there. These are long-term measures, no short-term gains, but in the long term, Viksit Bharat is the objective. Underplayed.
But somewhere it's also the government saying that we cannot make too many commitments or announcements right now.
Yeah.
We cannot commit too much to sectors right now because we don't know. You see, what do you commit to MSMEs? MSMEs are contributing 30% of the GDP, 46% of exports. What can you tell the MSMEs right now when you have so many things which are happening? You can talk about digital adoption, PLI schemes. What can you tell the MSMEs when your global trade is itself in a flux? So I think the government avoiding attention on these issues, which it cannot predict today. The government is bound by the calendar cycle to have a budget, so they are having it. They are going through it procedurally.
Large chunks. The bigger messaging was already done when the India-EU trade deal took place.
Exactly.
This week. So the larger messaging was already done this week, and now the budget looks like something just a ongoing regular event.
And in April, we are having tax reforms that is going to significantly reduce the tax expenditure front. So the net revenue collection is going to increase. The budget has refrained
Where is the fiscal deficit pegged at in this budget?
4.3.
4.3%. That is fantastic.
Maintain the target.
So your nominal GDP is growing at how much? 10 to 11%.
No, it's about 9 to 10%. We need to grow at about 12 to 14%.
Yeah, so anyways, around 10%.
Correct. Yeah.
And your fiscal deficit is at 4.3%. Perfect. From an investor perspective, perfect. What more do you want?
Rupee also.
This is the best macro signal you can get. What headline did you want, Kishore?
No,
I don't understand why you
were disappointed with the budget. Neither did I.
You have raised the expectations. Then you say we are feeling crushed. You're sounding like, you're what happened? It's all right.
Yeah,
What's happened? I just am worried that I don't know my defense budget. Do you have the details?
We're looking for that.
The fine print.
That is what I would like to see.
The document is here.
In the meantime, if this interest,
5.9.
after Nifty fell down 1,000 points from the high of the day, it's rebounded back 500 points. So markets are like going wild, and I think, the sense will settle in eventually.
I think for MSME, for example, the budget does talk about 10,000 crore champions fund, so to say. The budget does talk about 7 new high-speed rail corridors. I mean, that's why
all the rail stocks have gone up.
Yeah, so that's a big one, because as of now you're only thinking of Ahmedabad-Mumbai high-speed rail corridor. Now you have 7 more.
So to Arnab's point,
but again, futuristic.
These are phased out multi-year programs that have been announced. Arnab, the only exception here is there is a very big India-US deal which is yet in the making. And there is large fillip that is possible through executive decision making. For instance, in the auto sector, in the last quarter, just the slab change in GST liberated great energy. So you're right, they do not need to formalize everything within the 4 boundaries of the budget. There is a lot of playing space yet available through the course of the year, and I think
I want to know what are the markets looking at, Sushil? You guys also owe an explanation to people. You have a fiscal deficit which is estimated at 4.5%. It is 4.3%, which means you have successful fiscal consolidation roadmap which is going on.
Yeah, so the market.
No, 1 minute. What do the market should look at the debt to GDP reduction, and whether the government will target that 4%. They are targeting and almost there. I don't know, what does the market want? So what do you guys want? You see, I'm very, 1 minute. Capital expenditure, private sector will not invest anything. They are going to put money in buying these villas in Dubai. Okay? No, I'm telling you, their expenditure is in Dubai, right? Government had planned expenditure 11.2, they've made it 12.2, which means it's about a 10% increase in FY27, which is huge. But private sector investment is not continuing. So I think we have a spoilt private sector. We have very, very spoilt people playing in the capital markets. They are never going to be happy, Abhishek. They're never going to be happy. They are not looking at the fiscal health of the country. They want more SOPs.
I think that's
They want more SOPs, and you are not getting any SOPs. And they're only reacting to that STT mild reduction.
The market is full of traders. And that's exactly the reason why these F&O STT has gone up. Please understand,
don't keep
these are
telling me
traders.
that
These are not
Nifty
long-term
down, Sensex down and all that.
So while it's understandable that the government does not make a budget for the market,
Absolutely.
the fact of the matter is, Kishore, that the kind of projection we had, for example, of this budget being a quarter-century forward-looking budget, even that seems to be having some gaps in the
That is not there.
Yeah.
That is not there. I have not seen a 25-year vision.
Yeah.
There is no seems given to manufacturing.
It seems
That's
more
a
like a
worry.
nip and tuck job at the end of it. It seems like a nip and tuck job.
Yeah.
Yeah, please understand, budgets are never for the market, just an accounting income expense statement. But what's important is that...
Come on, that was not what you said in the morning. In the morning, you raised expectations on every front. Now you're saying don't expect
Arnab, you're
anything.
mistaken. I was very clear it's going to be a tepid budget, but what's important, I was expecting something for the manufacturing. That did not happen, and that is very critical. If you have to look at India's interest in reducing, increasing the GDP, reducing fiscal deficit, and ensuring that we have a consistent growth with labor force participation, manufacturing is the key.
Manufacturing, they have given enough. They have
Hashtag stability budget. I would make the hashtag of this budget a stability budget. The government is saying we are a stable country. And we have our inflation control, we have price stability, we increase our capital expenditure, fiscal consolidation is fantastic, the drivers of domestic growth are there, we are doing what we can, and the government is looking at the private sector, can step in. Step in. And Abhishek, why shouldn't the government say that? The government should say, how easy is it today to do a 4.2% fiscal deficit, a 12.2 lakh crore capital expenditure, keep your inflation under 1.7%, from 6.3%, bring in price stability. Food inflation is averaging 2.7%. Prices of vegetables, food, pulses, food grain stocks are coming in. Policy intervention has happened. Capital expenditure is on. Revenue receipts are fantastic. They are 9.1% of the GDP in FY25. Income tax returns increases rising. You just told me the GST numbers were also good.
Yeah, in fact,
you said the GST sector were also good. What more the nation wants to know? What more does the private sector? What more? And there he magically appears. You know, I have this genie thing going on since morning. Since morning, Rajan, the moment I phrase a question that is moving in a certain direction, the appropriate person emerges. This is magical. On a Sunday, I'm doing my magic trick and I have Rajan Navani with us. Rajan Navani is with us on air. And he is the managing director and chairman of the Jetline group of companies. This is the kind of person, you know, his family's been in Southeast Asia. He's come to India, investing in India, and he's a leader in everything to do with new trade, trading. He's also the gaming emperor of the country. And he's amazing. Rajan, can I provoke you a little bit on Sunday, since all these selfish people sitting with me here in the studio want more sops from the government? You're an altruistic kind of guy. What is your takeaway from the budget?
You know, when you think of a budget, right, typically, and thank you, Arnab, for those kind words, but I think it is about what the future of India can be. When you think of a budget, everybody thinks of, you know, how you're budgeting and shaping a balance sheet for a year. But I think a growth-focused budget, you know, shapes the nation's future for decades. And this is what, you know, this budget, to me, you know, I took away. When you think of a Viksit Bharat, how do you deepen Bharat's internal economic strength, you know, for inclusivity, but at the same time ensure that India is marching on the global stage, leveraging practically and truly the technology and creative power of a young India. You know, as you rightly mentioned, we are in new age businesses with young Indians and pioneering the, you know, operating platform for the orange economy, for example. We saw for the first time, you know, the government acknowledge soft power now being used as economic power on a global stage. I think that's a big shift. And whether it is in, you know, many of the creative industries or sport and so many of these other areas, which align very well with the, you know, the aspirations of young people, I think everything this budget talked about were national missions, you know, to drive innovation. And if you saw that, even long term, right up to 2047, giving clarity on tax breaks for cloud companies, etc. I think this is really the differentiator here. I think it's also an opportunity for India to showcase how new technologies and what role India can play in the future. And it was across manufacturing, across, you know, all the sectors that were discussed. So that was actually my first important takeaway, that, you know, it's a holistic SME manufacturing industry wide kind of an exercise. Of course, a lot will depend on execution, and really how that it happens over the next several years is the key. Many indications towards, you know, providing a better framework for operating businesses and other aspects in India, but we'll wait to see the finer print.
Do you view the statements that she made about AI semiconductors, about a corridor also that she announced, including the 4 states? Do you look at that as a push to the whole argument about India lacking in the, you know, semiconductor deep tech space? Do you think that could be viewed as a push to the sector?
No, absolutely. I think both for that as well as the cloud positioning, right, for India becoming a global cloud hub, right? Because AI has several layers. India has to find a position for, you know, itself on the global stage. And that's what I said. Giving a tax break up to 2047 is a major, you know, one for India.
But that's the kind of gestation period that is also required. So I think it's also bold for them to do that.
Absolutely. In fact, defense expenditure, the capital expenditure on defense has also increased. We were just talking in the morning, manufacturing. There is this whole argument about manufacturing sector not getting a push. She's given enough amount of initial points that she gave, 7 areas of intervention that she mentioned in the initial part of it. Do you think Make in India in defense could be one of the areas, MRO special special announcement or reference was also made to MRO, maintenance and repair. So do you think that could be one of the impetus or push to the manufacturing sector?
No, I think manufacturing and defense is a big area and a big sector.
Abhishek, focus.
Yeah, I think we lost. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Navani. Please go ahead.
I said manufacturing and defense is a big, opportunity for India. And I think progressively we've been seeing, the incentives being given to this sector. And, at a time like this where the world is, really showing its strength and its prowess through multiple, angles, I think a strong, powerful India on the defense side is a non-negotiable. So I think India's positioning in that is a very important and critical aspect, as we look at, a world that is going to be shaped by new relationships, new supply chains being kind of built pretty much on the fly within timeframes that are unheard of, right? In a few years to build global supply chains. And India has actually an opportunity to come in. And, a strong, powerful India through a strong defense is, I think, very critical. And that came out very well.
Abhishek, would you want to take the next question? We have the CII guest waiting for us.
You can go straight. Thank you.
So how do you look at industry? What were the expectations that you had, presented to the ministry when presentations were made in the run-up to the budget? And how has it turned out against, post the budget? What is it that it has come out to be?
You have to mention...
Mr. Sanjay Budhia, the question is to you.
Mr. Budhia, could you just... My question was that the representations that you made to the finance ministry before the budgets, and against that, what has been announced today, how much in line of your expectations is the budget that was announced today, sir?
Yeah, I'm really very happy to say that most of the recommendations what CII had made have been accepted, and in this budget particularly focuses the confidence factor, the confidence of India and the confidence in India and the confidence in Indians. There has been talk of the trust, there has been talk of confidence, and the Honorable Finance Minister has really made life easier, the ease of doing business, decriminalization, and also to increase the time period for different areas, different rules that will give long-term stability. When the world is looking at India and we are on the high table, and particularly after signing India-EU trade, there is a need for urgency, there is need for speed, and there is need for fast-tracking or implementing the growth drivers, and the Honorable Finance Minister has really moved towards that direction. One of the areas I would like to touch is that a sizable investment has been put in India's SEZs, special economic zones, and the capacity was not fully utilized. So in this budget, there has been talk that you can make supplies from SEZ to DT areas of a certain percentage, which will really supplement the demand which is being seen overseas. Also, I would specifically like to mention one area which was totally neglected and never talked about, was the stress on mental health. I am a father of a child with special needs, but I know that mental health is a subject which is always put under the carpet. So, putting in NIMHANS 2 and also establishing 2 new mental health centers is a step which is very, very welcome, and it will open up, mental health on a dining table. People will not hesitate to talk about it. So I would sincerely like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister and the Prime Minister for giving emphasis on Divyanjan, on mental health, which are really something which touches your heart. And it is India, not only India, the world's about 10% people have some challenge, and this has been recognized and suitable measures are being taken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budhia, for joining us. Thank you very much there. Abhishek, now over to you. Thank you, Mr. Budhia.
Yes, we are still looking for defense budget allocation, but I have the key points coming out of the budget in terms of the fillip that it seeks to give. Mr. Navani, you see that there is a concerted attempt to focus on the services industry also. and to focus on job creation sectors like the hotel industry, like the healthcare services industry specifically?
Yeah, I think if you saw in this budget, the services aspect has got highlighted very differently because, as you look at the world, with AI, etc., just take software, right? For example, if the software is a $500 billion industry, the knowledge economy that rides on the software and converts it into solutions is a 5 trillion economy. India has proven that we can be that layer in the world, that can shape the future. So if you look at a services layer in the era of AI, it's going to be very different, right? I mean, you see expertise in doctors, but that human touch, the compassion needs to come from there. We saw that across all the creative industries, and you saw the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which I'm on the board of. It's a government and private sector partnership, brilliantly creating content creators and others from India who can not only play a role in India, but even globally, in hospitality, in tourism. I mean, in every area, nursing, you look at all of these areas as services, a whole 10%, how can India get 10% of the global market share of services was something that the Honorable Finance Minister mentioned. Again, a long-term plan, but tremendous infrastructure needs to be invested in to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But, it seems like the markets are responding very differently. I mean, is there some issue with the consumer sentiment that might come out of this budget, Shubhranshu?
No, I think as the panel was mentioning earlier, it is not the budget's responsibility to tickle the market into an immediate reflex. And at the same time, it may settle over a day or two. But I think the important question to strike a contrarian note is that if indeed we are chugging along at 8% and actually the largest growth economy, then why is there foreign direct investment reduction and why is there FII exit? That is what we need to spur that action in the market by giving some positivity. Otherwise, I agree with Arnab. The bona fides are clear, the status quo is being maintained, fiscal discipline is even tighter, tax collections are higher. It is the underlying demand, because the fact is that 8% growth, more or less corporate revenues should have grown in line with the GDP rate of growth, but it has actually been somewhere around half of that.
Whether there has actually been a cut of 11% in defense.
We're looking for it.
Because the allocation in 25-26, I don't know, utilization was 6,81,210 crores. This year, that comes down by 86,625 crores to only 5,94,585 crores. I'm actually quoting a government document on this. If that is the case, that have we, it's a question now, have we post-Operation Sindoor brought down our defense budget by 86,000 crores? It seems a little unbelievable to me.
My question is,
to be honest,
would it be advisable to look at the nuances and look at the defense capital expenditure, if that has probably gone up, and just look at...
No, but what else would offset it?
The pensions and the salaries. If
overall defense budget, because if it was 6.81 lakh crores last year, average 5.94 lakh crores this year, it's obviously clearly net down. I mean, there is no...
So what is it net down for? There were people here saying, earlier Rhythm Desai was here, and he said that is something that should go up. So
I thought so.
7.85 lakh crores.
7.85. Then it's up.
About 7.85 lakh crore on the defense sector.
Yeah, it's
on Sunday. It's an increase. It's 7.85 lakh
20%.
Can we double check that, please? Because if that is the case, we stand corrected.
In the previous budget,
I don't know what Niranjan shared a document here and confidently said that this number was down 11%. I would find it impossible to believe.
No. It's 7.85 lakh crore.
Yeah. Please, I'm going to tell my...
Yes, it's 7.85 lakh crores.
Okay. 7.85 lakh crores.
So that's a headline. Then that's a 20% increase in defense allocation. So I don't know where we got that. I would request our research team as well as Niranjan to be extremely careful of that. May I get Shravan in on that, please? We'll get Shravan live on the defense budget so we have more accurate numbers here.
One more point on the tax part. So we were speaking in the morning about tax terrorism. And what has happened here is that the prosecution and the penalties have all been rationalized. You cannot go hard on imprisoning people on tax stuff. And there is a prepayment clause in income tax. If you are served with a notice and if you have to go for an appellate tribunal fighting, you have to make a prepayment of 20%. Now that has been reduced to 10%. So that tax terrorism they are watching, and it is a very, very good measure. It has been reduced from 20 to 10%. You can't imprison people, and it can only be simple imprisonment until unless the offense is very, very large. So that is being worked on.
Yeah, you can imprison. 2 years is the maximum imprisonment, and that also can be turned into a fine if the court so chooses.
Correct. So they are aware of the fact that there is tax terrorism going on, there is harassment of the taxpayer, and that too only of the 2.5 crore people who are paying out of the entire 144 crore people. So harassing them is not fair.
Mr. Navani, what are your takeaways in terms of the decriminalization proposals that the finance minister has come up with?
I think overall they're very progressive. I think, again, there were a lot of suggestions made by, industry and others. And, if you look at it, I think a lot has been talked about, a lot more to be done. But I think it's about building collaborative trust in this transformation of India. And especially when you look at longer term journeys, whether it's industry, whether it's government, whether it's other stakeholders, in society, all have to kind of invest in a manner from a long term perspective. And that requires trust. So I think building that trust-based, kind of collaborative framework is something that, we heard of, again, as I said, in the budget, and hopefully that will continue to get stronger. It is something that will build, within India, from India for the world, and truly think that that has been a good move so far. It'll only get better. That's our hope and aspiration as we move forward.
And tremendous push, I believe, for creator economy. I mean, the one institute that you had, then it talks about setting up NID and a couple of more such institutions in the north and the east of the country. So I think the finance minister is sort of having a focus on orange economy as well.
Yeah, orange defines creativity, right? And this is a new global emerging term, which the world is really looking at, because in a world of AI, that's where, as I mentioned earlier, the future is lying, and the rising generation or the young people in the world are driving it. So how does India, now becoming from serving, how does India start leading through IP creation, in the world is a big shift, big move. And I think towards that, building young people in India for new ways of livelihoods is a big push that has come through this. So yeah, it's been a big move and big announcement. And I think it will only grow stronger, because if 15,000 schools and 500 colleges is the pilot, India's size, scale, regional is massive. And hopefully this will scale further as we move forward.
Just want to, before I go into the breakout here, and I thank Rajan Navani, I want to mention the point on defense. The government has allocated 7.85 lakh crores on defense, much higher than the 6.81 lakh crore which was provided in FY26, which means the Modi government has signaled a huge focus on defense. The total allocation includes defense services, capital, pensions, civilian establishments, and everything else. This is one of the largest pushes by the government. So post-Sindoor, and I want the breaking news stickers to be back, post-Sindoor, you have a 20% increase in defense allocations in this budget. Ladies and gentlemen, our analysis is continuing, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So, will Donald Trump still go in?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well, then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June last year of worth of damage, if it has to go for the third missiles, $1 billion a battery, $12 to $14 billion per missile, at a time when the American economy is heading for trouble, can the United States
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the Prime Minister, the moderate, he said we are prepared to talk and prepared to help. But as far as the armed operatives who had been sent in with...
All right, welcome back, friends. First major reactions coming in, but before that, let's have a clarification that the defense budget has actually seen a spike of almost 20%. Let's go to Shawan Sen for more on this. Shawan, it seems like not just that defense has seen major spike, but it seems it's really focused on capital expenditure. So we are going to see Operation Sindhu 2.0 really panning out with the government push coming in by way of budget support also.
Well, in fact, this happens to one of the highest increase in recent times as far as defense allocation is concerned. Let me just give you the details of it. As far as capital expenditure is concerned, you're looking at a spike of 2.19 lakh crore rupees, and the further bifurcation. In fact, last year, the major impetus was given on acquisition of the naval fleet. Essentially commissioning of more ships. 127 was the target. Roughly about 85 has already been commissioned in the last 1 year. As far as this year's focus is concerned, if you look at the bifurcation that has been done, it is purely on aircraft, aero engines, which are basically followed by other equipments. And of course, there comes in the naval fleet. So this time, unlike what we saw last year where the focus was on the Navy, this year the major focus is of course on the Air Force, with keeping in mind dwindling squadrons. So clearly the government's focus has essentially been on capital acquisition within the services, and Air Force happens to be one such service which is going to get the major boost this time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shawan, for that clarity that we have now about boost to defense expenditure. Let's go to Mr. Vivek Bhatia. He's CII senior member and he's MD of TKIL Industries. Mr. Bhatia, your first reaction, particularly the kind of ease of business, ease of doing business that comes out insofar as importing, capital goods is concerned. You think that it's going to be a bit of a push for MSME sector, your industrial sector, your, equipment-based industry that you represent?
Well, definitely. I think in many respects, this is addressing the needs of the industry. So to begin with, I think there's been a significant allocation towards capital expenditure with 12.2 lakh crores. So on the demand side, I think things are going to look pretty good. And what the finance minister has done is she's really spent time to understand what are the bottlenecks for the industry. And if we look at, critical minerals, she's really simplified and eased the path for getting equipment for processing.
Yeah.
So on the previous cycles, we have seen that the mineral policy has improved, but now the capital allocation side, getting the equipment and technologies in place to really benefit from the resources we have in India has also been streamlined. So I think that's very good. Second, on the MSME side, I think this is a real positive because she has really tried to create a lot of positive momentum there. And bear in mind, against the backdrop of all the FTAs that India is signing, one of the principal beneficiaries who need to extract value from these FTAs are the MSMEs.
Yeah.
And so she's given an opportune boost to them at that point in time when they can get stronger and they can really leverage from a trade perspective, the opportunities that we will see in different parts of the globe. So I think this is quite timely and well directed from a focus point of view.
You seem to be...
The other third aspect I would really compliment her on is, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Please complete. Yeah.
So the third aspect I really appreciate is that, she's spoken about carbon capture. And that again, there's a big nuance to this, because when you look at the core sectors, and if they have to import into markets which are highly sensitive to carbon intensity, this is the right time to be investing in carbon capture based efforts to decarbonize our products and make them more appealing in the international market. So I think full marks for all of the things that she has
As
driven.
MSME, you seem to be very welcoming of the finance minister's position on your sector. Pranav has a question for you.
In fact, there was a lot of demand in terms of inviting capital expenditure from the private sector. When you look at the budget speech now and the documents that have come out, what is your first reaction? Does this budget really give that much needed impetus to inviting private capital?
Certainly, see, as a private player, one of the first things that one looks at is demand certainty, right? And that is very obvious from the allocation towards infrastructure that we see from the government. Last year, despite all the macro headwinds, despite all the geopolitical environment,